Good afternoon, everyone. I hereby call to order the regular board meeting of Orange Unified School District for May 9th at 5:01 p.m. Trustee Erickson, do we have a quorum?
We do.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
No.
Okay, so we adjourn at 5:02. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hereby call to order the regular session of the Orange Unified School District Board meeting for May 9th at 7:15. Can we please invite the Canyon High School Choir? Thank you. Trustee Rumsey.
It was a privilege for me to invite this choir to come. Their director is Jens Hurdy, and I had the privilege of singing under his father when I went to Concordia Irvine. While I was there, Mr. Jens Hurdy was actually born. And now it's a delight to see him working here at Orange Unified at Canyon High School. After reaching out and connecting, I invited him to bring his group to our board meeting and sing the national anthem. So we are going to stand and listen to them sing the national anthem, and then we will do the pledges, or the pledge, and then I believe they might have another song for us. So thank you. All right, we're going to say the pledge now. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you all may sit on down. We'd love to share at least one other song with you all this evening. Our first piece is Sarva Pescaun. This is a piece by a Romanian composer, and it means Sarva, dance on a chair. And there are really almost no words to it all. It's just supposed to be a fun dancing song. So please enjoy.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing your music with us. And Apple Tree, Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. That is the song I would have sung with your dad for sure back in college. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. While we're doing our photo, I'll say we have our upcoming choir concert. Our concert is on May 22nd. That's what shirts that we're wearing.
Go and step all the way back to the dais, and we might have to get you to shrink down because you guys are tall in the back. Front row also. That's perfect. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. All good. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was such a special treat, and thank you, Trustee Rumsey, for recommending them to come to our board meeting today. Up next, we have report of closed session. Mr. Gonzalez.
There is nothing to report from closed session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next is the adoption of the agenda. May I please have a motion to adopt?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is adopted 7-0. Up next, we have the oath of office. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, the oath of office will be administered to provisionally appointed board members, Sarah Pally and Stephen Glass for trustees areas 4 and 7. They have been provisionally appointed until the November general election. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have them come down to the podium. We will do trustee area 4 first. You want it?
Thank you. I just wanted to share just for a moment, I've asked our esteemed president to do my swearing in. And I just wanted to share the reason, there's many reasons, we don't have that much time, but not only because she is our esteemed president, but because I've known her for a few years. I've had the pleasure of getting to know her. And I admire so much about President Page. Not just as an incredible, strong woman leader, but also as a mom of 2 amazing kids that I also got to know and love. She is also an active parent in the school that her kids go to, being on the PTSA board because she doesn't have anything else that she needs to do to take her time, and leading the community there. I know that she is also a lifelong learner, working on her doctorate degree at Chapman University. Again, just amazing things that she's doing. And then, of course, leading our board. And I just think everything she does with integrity and fairness and honesty. And I just think there's nobody else I'd rather have swearing me in tonight. So thank you, President Page.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Sarah Pally,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
and that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties upon
the duties upon
which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
And we'll go ahead and get a picture right now. And then Ms. Pally and President Page, don't go far, because I think after we do the swearing in for the 7th, then we'll come back and do a group picture. So now we'll go ahead and have Dr. Glass come up. And I would like to introduce the person he has swearing him in today. That's Bobby McDonald. And Robert McDonald is a U.S. Navy Vietnam veteran, current president of the 9th and 10th Cavalry Association Buffalo Soldiers, Greater Los Angeles Chapter, a former student body president at Los Angeles Harbor College, a former president of the Cal State Fullerton Alumni Association, a former California State University statewide alumni president. He served on the 17-member State Board of Governors of the California Community College System, where he created and chaired the board's Veterans Affairs Committee. Dr. Glass would like you to know that McDonald has devoted many years to noteworthy public service at the federal, state, and local levels, including service as the Veterans Administration appointee to the Council on Minority Veterans, as chairman of the first ever Department of California Veterans Affairs Black Veterans Summit, and as the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity National Committee Chair on Veterans Affairs, member of Veterans Alliance of Orange County Veterans Advisory Council Chair Emeritus, and amongst many other appointments, he is a member of VFW, American Legion and DAF, AM Vets, NAB Vets, and Heroes Hall Foundation. And there's more.
There's more.
But this is what we're going to do today.
In addition to Brother Bobby McDonald being here, I want to thank my family who's over on the other side here, my father, who's also a veteran. Of course, my wife, my children, my brother, as well as his wife and son. My friends are here, including current principal of Portola Middle School, David Mannon. And I also want to clap for Dave. And I also want to recognize and thank the Brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated for coming to this particular event. I am very appreciative, and all the other D9 representatives that are here as well. Thank you very much. We understand the importance of this day, and I'm glad that you are able to be here to share it with me.
If you want to come over here, if some of you with the cell phones, I think it would probably be okay if you guys came over.
Absolutely. Come.
Only yes. Okay. All right. We got everybody? You know, there's never been this before.
I know.
In a meeting.
At all.
All right, I'm telling you. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Stephen Glass,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the
of
Constitution
the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental
or
reservation
purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well
that I will well
and faithfully discharge
and faithfully discharge
the duties
the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
of which I'm about to enter.
Thank you.
I'd like to get a group shot if we can get everyone together. Group photo now. And then we'd like to get one more with Ms. Pally and Dr. Glass together, along with Trustee Page and Mr. McDonald.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Gonzalez, could we get one with the entire board?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Okay, congratulations to you both, and I look forward to working with both of you. Up next, we have announcements and acknowledgements, and we move on to the superintendent's report. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you. As everyone knows, it has been busy since our last meeting. This past Friday, we celebrated El Rancho, Santiago Middle, and Canyon High School's recognition as California Distinguished School, California Distinguished Schools at the Disneyland Hotel. The California Distinguished Schools program was established by the California Department of Education in 1985 and recognizes schools that demonstrate exemplary achievements. So our congratulations to El Rancho, Santiago, and Canyon High. As you can see, we've got some pictures of them taking their pictures with State Superintendent as part of that award ceremony. We recently received news that Canyon High also is home to our National PTA Reflections Award of Merit winner, Michelle Sotio Harjo. Michelle was awarded for her photography piece, Light in Darkness, which is the image that you see here on our screens. So congratulations to Michelle for receiving this national honor. As I'm sure will be mentioned, over the weekend we joined many of our school sites in the May Parade, which is an annual event hosted by the City of Orange. It was a great event and so wonderful to see our student musicians and performers showcasing their talents for the community. And yesterday we celebrated our Employees of the Year at Fred Cali Stadium, followed by an avid 8th grade standout students at Angel Stadium. I'd like to congratulate Ariana Trinidad from Saravilla, Toti Kalingi, Halapaini Secona from El Rancho, and Jorge Diaz Moreno from Portola, and Amariana Ars from Santiago, and Emily Madrigal from Yorba. So congratulations to them. And you can see them being celebrated there at the stadium. It was a great event. Coming up, we have our Olympiad Games on May 19th, a retiree celebration on May 21st, and the art exposition on May 30th. Finally, we have shared Leadership Team Orange volunteer appreciation slides, both on my superintendent's Facebook page and our website, if you'd like to check it out. We are sincerely grateful for all of our volunteers and their dedicated support to our students and schools. This concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gonzalez. We move on to the board's president report. And so as we just had the oath of office, I would just like to take this opportunity to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our 2 newest trustees. As we gather today, it is with great anticipation and enthusiasm that we embrace their expertise, dedication, and fresh perspectives that they bring to our board. Sarah's extensive background in elementary education, coupled with Dr. Glass's rich experience in academia, undoubtedly enriches our collective vision for the betterment of our school district. So we are confident that their passion for education and commitment to student success will greatly benefit our community. Together, we look forward to navigating what lies ahead and continue to our shared mission of providing the highest quality education to every student. So please join me again in extending a warm welcome to Sarah Pelly and Dr. Stephen Glass. We, as Superintendent Gonzalez shared, we have had many celebrations this month, and this week especially, at every single site, you will see unique ways that our students are celebrating our teachers. And so, you know, there have been individualized celebrations at each site, including students bringing flowers to their teachers, writing personal notes, and even offering like cute tokens of appreciation. So I just want to take this moment to express my sincerest gratitude and appreciation for each and every one of you. I see the shirts over here. You are the backbone of our educational system and shaping the minds and futures of the next generation. Your commitment to excellence, creativity, and compassion inspires us all. And as we navigate through what lies ahead, please know that your hard work and unwavering dedication are deeply valued and appreciated. Your impact extends far beyond the walls of the classroom, touching the lives of countless students and families in very profound ways. So thank you for all that you do day in and day out to make our schools and communities stronger. Thank you. And then earlier this week, we had the second annual district-wide elementary esports competition, and it took place here in the boardroom on Monday. This is a fun and engaging event full of excitement and community camaraderie. And it was a culmination of esports activities held district-wide throughout the school year. Out of 76 racers who participated in the Mario Kart Open, Fletcher Academy won the tournament with 3 students who placed. Congratulations to our Fletcher Falcons. And Kevin, raise your hand, Kevin. He placed first. Daniel, raise your hand, Daniel. He placed second. And Fletcher's president, Robbie, raise your hand, Robbie, placed third place. Congratulations.
Also, we got something else for them here.
Thank you, and that concludes my president's report. Up next, we have a board proclamation for School Nurse Day, May 8th, 2024, and I've asked Trustee Pelly to share this proclamation. And if we have our nurses, you may come up as well.
All right. Well, I'm so excited for this to be one of my first official things to do because I just absolutely love our nurses so much. So we've made a little change. We're not reading the entire proclamation. What we're doing is having a little bit of a summary about the great things they do. Again, we don't have all night, but we could go on all night thanking you guys for what you do. This year, May 8th is designated as National School Nurse Day. This designation provides us the opportunity to recognize and honor the service and dedication of our school nurses and commend them for their commitment to the students at the Orange Unified School District. As we celebrate National School Nurses Day, we honor what our school nurses do to improve the health and the success of our students. On behalf of the Board of Trustees and the Orange Unified School District, it is my honor to present you with this proclamation. Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Linda Hawsey. I'm the lead nurse here. We want to thank you for acknowledging National School Nurse Day and recognizing the invaluable contributions of our school nurses across the district. I'm excited to extend a special acknowledgement to Michelle Bautista as the Orange Unified School District School Nurse of the Year. On behalf of Health Services, it's a privilege to celebrate our school nurses and Michelle for their exceptional dedication and contribution to our school community. So thank you so much. But I would like to say one other thing. I don't know if you guys realize the clinical skills the nurses here are bringing to your district. We have cardiac intensive care nurses, we have pediatric intensive care NICU nurses, we have emergency room nurses, and you have 3 nurse practitioners that work here. So I just wanted you to know the kind of skills that we're bringing to our district. Thank you.
One more person requesting a photo. Thank you. And now family, and if there's anybody else that'd like to come up, they're welcome to come up and take a picture.
Okay.
Oh, yes, it is.
And perhaps we can get one of the family members to hold a certificate.
That's not it, right? No. Okay. Can I just add a quick story? Michelle Bautista was the school nurse when my daughter was over at Kenyon High School. And my daughter tore her PCL. And Michelle, I don't know if you remember, you were so instrumental in helping her, so I want to thank you.
Thank you so much. And so students, if you see your nurse tomorrow at school, congratulate them. Up next, we have the board proclamation, California Day of the Teacher, also May 8th, 2024. May I ask our teachers to come up, please?
There's a lot of space on this side too. Where do you want me to go? You get through.
I'll go first.
There's a lot of us. Go ahead. You're good.
All right.
Scoot in, bud. Come on around.
There's space on this side.
I invited you.
By accident.
Everyone, take a deep breath. Breathe in.
Awesome. Okay. It's extra special tonight. My daughter's 3rd grade teacher is standing right next to me. The Board of Education will officially proclaim May 10th as California Day of the Teacher. Each year, public school districts throughout California recognize the service and dedication of their teachers, and May 10th marks the 42nd anniversary of the day established to give special recognition to teachers for their contributions to education and the lives of California's children. The attached proclamation honors the work of the district's 1,200 teachers and commends them for their dedicated service to the students of the Orange Unified School District. The Board of Education urges all citizens to observe this day by taking the time to remember and honor those who give the gift of knowledge through teaching. Further, the board members encourage students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in events and activities to honor our teachers. Congratulations. Thank you. And then, so you're going to say something?
This is okay. I'll be quick. Thank you, President Page and board members. As president of the Orange Unified Education Association, it is an honor to receive this recognition of our teachers. While this is an annual tradition, it is still a moment to celebrate the unique greatness and challenge of our profession. We work wonders, miracles every day. As teachers, we don't get to choose who walks in the door. We have no control over their home life, their economic status, or their fears and hopes. But we welcome and celebrate all students nonetheless. And as teachers and educators, we provide the best education possible. For any distance, anyone can see the work we do. We teachers deliver curriculum and instruction. But the closer you get, the more you see the real work of the job. When you're there, you can see the classroom from up close. You can see that we educators are learning and adjusting for each student's story, each student's challenges, and each student's dreams. We become partners with students and their families to help them work towards those hopes and dreams. OUA represents teachers, speech-language pathologists, nurses, school psychologists, media specialists, TOSAs, instructional specialists, and counselors. And while this is the proclamation of the Day of the Teacher, I see us as one strong union, and we are all teachers in our own way. We are united, and we thank you for this proclamation.
So we'd like to get some in front of the podium, so that way we can get a clear shot. So we can get everybody just step forward a little bit.
I'm just glad I'm tall. I'm not tall. I'm right behind up toppers. You want to switch? No. That was by design.
All right, we have one more board proclamation. Classified School Employees Week, May 19th through the 25th, 2024. And I have asked Trustee Glass to share this proclamation. Please come up to the podium.
Congratulations to you tonight, too.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I first met you at the football field.
Yes. Now I'm working with the
That's right. All right, thank you all very much. This is very important recognition once again. It's for Classified School Employee Week. And as stated, we won't read the entire proclamation, but we'll read a summary of it. The California legislature, they adopted the third week, full week of May each year as Classified Employee Week to honor the invaluable contributions of classified school employees and to recognize their service and dedication to school districts. Classified employees are the heartbeat of our schools. Let me say that again. Classified employees are the heartbeat of our schools. From transporting and feeding students to teaching them vital skills and ensuring that schools are operating smoothly, classified employees are integral to public education. Classified employees perform a wide range of essential work, including food service, maintenance and operation, transportation, instructional assistance, office and clerical work, security, library, media assistance, computer services, and so much more. The proclamation that I have below this describes May, or at least declares May 19th through 25 as Classified School Employee Week. The purpose of this proclamation is to recognize the contributions of over 1,400 classified employees who serve as partners in education with the district's certificated and administrative employees, and commend them for their vital role that they play in the day-to-day operations of our school. The Board of Education officially proclaims May 19 through May 25, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week and encourages students, parents, staff, and community members to participate in events and activities to honor our classified employees. Thank you so much. Who shall I present this to? Thank you very much. Say a few words?
I'm not going to speak, no.
Come on up, everybody come on up.
Congratulations. Our students are extremely lucky to have all of you in their schools supporting them day in and day out. Thank you again. We have board recognition of students, staff, and community. Do we have any board members who have recognitions or comments? Trustee Erickson.
Thank you. First, I want to welcome Dr. Glass and Ms. Pelly to the board. I am thrilled to have you beside us, bringing years of educational expertise and, more importantly, a true love of public education, especially Orange Unified. So we're just thrilled to have you as partners here. I love that you've jumped in already and you've been attending everything this week. It's been really great to see you over the past week, so I thank you for that. And I am hopeful for this board and grateful to have wonderful partners to move this district forward. So thank you and congratulations. There's obviously so many amazing things going on in this district right now, too many to really to count right now, but it's the end of the year. And there's all sorts of things that we get to go to, right? So we get to choose what we do. The first event that I wanted to mention was the Avid Senior Standout event at UC Irvine, which was absolutely incredible. And I want to congratulate the Avid Senior Standouts from Canyon High School, Natalie Hernandez, from El Medina High School, Halbert Wynn, from Orange High School, Rosalind Aguirre, and from Villa Park High School, Victoria Chavira. So I want to congratulate them. I also just wanted to bring up one bit of trivia, and that is that Anna Page was her Avid Senior Standout her senior year in high school. So little known fact. I also attended the International Baccalaureate. The sixth graders at Running Springs gave presentations, and they were incredibly impressive. Really give a run to any high school or even college student for their impressive reports. Each team of 3 students chose research projects from one of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So the topics included sustainable energy, gender equality, good health and well-being, combating world poverty, like super easy problems to solve, right? So, but they did an amazing job. It was very interesting. Their presentations were just top-notch. A couple of other things. Santiago Middle School did their rendition of High School Musical Junior. They did a great job. Chapman Hills Elementary, I saw Lion King Kids, which is one of my favorites, and it was fun. Esplanade Elementary did an incredible community event. And that's one of the things with community schools is so nice to bring the community together and celebrate together. And they did a Cinco de Mayo celebration last Friday that President Page and I were both able to attend. Recent visits at Anaheim Hills Elementary, Crescent Elementary, Fairhaven, Portola, and Yorba. Thank you for the swag. Said I would use it, and I am. And of course, the Employee of the Year celebration yesterday was really great, and we just want to thank those dedicated public school advocates that show up for our students every single day, from classified, from certificated, and administration, and we're just very, very grateful for your service. This is Teacher Appreciation Week, and so I wanted to acknowledge that. We do and should appreciate you every single day of the week and every week of the year. Your work is arguably, in my opinion, some of the most important work that's done every single day in this country. And I'm not exaggerating saying that. You literally keep society progressing. You're educating the future policymakers, workers, leaders, and more, and future school board presidents too. So you work day and night to meet the diverse needs of your students, and we are so grateful for your dedication and passion. And I realize praise is great, but not always enough. So we need to ensure that you are partners that are adequately compensated, genuinely supported and resourced, and that you are true partners in all ways, and that's the aspiration of this board, and we want you to know that. So thank you so much, and thanks for coming out.
You? Anyone else? Awesome. Okay. Trustee Yamasaki.
Okay, thank you. I would also like to extend my warmest congratulations to our newest trustees. I'm looking forward to working with you. I think Trustee Page and Trustee Erickson said it all, so I will just leave it there, but I am looking forward to great things happening in OUSD. And I also know it was mentioned already, but it could be said one more time. I would like to recognize all the teachers and educators in OUSD for the Day of the Teacher and Teacher Appreciation Week. I saw all the great posts on social media, and it was awesome. All the students giving flowers, making posters, it was awesome. I would like to also extend my appreciation for our classified employees as well. And really, after several hundred visits to school sites over the past 8 years, one thing is clear: OUSD employees go above and beyond, and we are truly thankful for the dedication to our students and to our district. And we see you and we hear you. OUSD was well represented at the May Day Parade, and it was fun to see so many students participating in their school, with their schools, and their with band, cheer, and song, and all the community groups. It was really great to see such a fun community event, bringing people together. And our newest trustees even joined in the fun, and we rode in a carriage, and I don't know if you saw the horse, but it did some loop-de-loops on the trail. We're all hanging on, hoping it won't tip over. And I just want to also add, and it was already mentioned, that we were able to celebrate the Kenyon High School Distinguished School designation on Monday, along with Santiago Charter and El Rancho Charter School. The California State Department of Education and Superintendent Thurman recognizes schools across the state for their academic achievements and excellence. And last week, Kenyon High School held a celebration for their students with a school-wide barbecue with games and music, and I got to eat a school hamburger. It was really good. And congratulations to Kenyon, their students, staff, and administration on a job well done. I also attended the Running Springs Primary Youth Program exhibition, as Trustee Erickson mentioned. This exhibition is the IB's culmination experience that highlights the learning that they've done over their time in the IB program. I hope to see them continue the IB program at the high school as well. And you mentioned all the great projects they were working on, and I was just really impressed, and they were so well spoken. So, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know which side. Okay, Trustee Pelley.
I will be quick. First of all, good evening, and I just want to say thank you for all the kind words. And I am so honored to be sitting up here in front of you all. I'm just overwhelmed with all the support, and I'm just excited to get started serving. I recognize this is a unique situation to be in as a board trustee, but that I think makes me even more committed to really listening to and learning and supporting all of our Orange Unified community. So I'm just excited to get started. Very quickly, in my first week, I did get to do a couple things, and you guys have already talked about them. The May Day parade was amazing, so much fun to see all the support, great turnout from the community, the spectators as well as the people in the parade. And then also the Employee of the Year celebration was so much fun at Fred Kelly. That's always been one of my favorite events, and thank you to all the people that put that on. That is a lot of work, and they're the ones we're celebrating, yet we still make them work, but it's okay. That's what happens, right? I wanted to congratulate again the Fletcher esports team that we saw just a minute ago. I was so excited. And just a shout out to their coach, Mr. Rob Roselli, for doing such a great job. And then really quickly, this is a special day because I just found out that our first Mandarin Immersion cohort, who are juniors, who were third graders when I was their principal, just took their AP Chinese Language and Culture exams today. And I know they did a great job, and I just want to congratulate them and thank them for all their hard work. But that's really exciting, and it just kind of brings to fruition not only another one of Orange Unified's remarkable programs, but also just the innovation and the out-of-the-box thinking that we do here in Orange Unified. So congrats to them. Thank you.
Trustee Glass.
Okay. All right, testing. Okay, I sound okay, right? Okay. Once again, thank you so much. And I want to just go off script for a second because I did write some words and say really thank you for your trust. And I appreciate everything the board has done to appoint me and Ms. Pelley to these roles. We know how serious it is, and we definitely take this very seriously and confidently. So we want to bring some positivity to everything that we're doing within the context of our roles, but we also want to bring that hometown stamp to it as well, because we're from here. We want to continue to build up our area. Let me read, and then I'll take one more deviation, because if I say it now, I may weep, to be honest. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled and honored to join the Orange Unified School District Board as a newly appointed trustee. In my speech last week, I emphasized a mission very close to my heart: to unite our educational community. This mission guides my approach and my aspirations as I stand in this role, aiming to weave together the diverse voices and visions that represent our students and our stakeholders. I'm profoundly grateful to the board for entrusting me and Ms. Pelley with this responsibility. It's a privilege to serve our community in this capacity, and I'm committed to earning this trust each day through dedicated dialogue, determined development, and deepened dedication. These principles encapsulate my dedication to not only fulfill, but to excel in my duties, ensuring that our collective mission is met with unwavering commitment and measurable progress. Should you have any questions or comments or concerns, please do not hesitate to reach out to me in my email address. I just created this email address. It's excellence.with.glass@gmail.com. It's a lot. I know you go on YouTube, you run it back, you'll be able to read it again. So your insights and your engagement are invaluable as we strive to enhance our educational environment together. This is especially special because it's coming up on Mother's Day. My mother passed a couple of years ago. Most of my family was here tonight, including my fraternity brothers, and they know how difficult it was for our family to lose my mother almost 2 years ago. It also is her birthday on Saturday. And so we collectively will get together. But my brother sent me, some messages, and he was up here being silly. But, he's like, she's happy. She's so happy. She's dancing in heaven. And that's true. And I'm very pleased to be able to have this opportunity. And it's very serendipitous to have it going on right now. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
Well, I would like to also welcome the new appointed board members, Ms. Pelly and Dr. Glass. I look forward to working with you. I am obviously a fellow educator, and I look forward to hearing your perspectives and finding ways to build bridges with all the members of the board. I was able to go to the Elmo Jam, but not stay for the Elmo Jam. I did pop over there and purchase a plant from some student vendors, chatted with a fellow crocheter, and had a delicious taco. I also wanted to extend a big congratulations to the employees who were honored this year at Fred Kelly Stadium. I'm glad that the district takes the time to recognize best practices and commitment to their profession here in Orange Unified. To all the teachers and classified employees in the whole district, thank you for your dedication to your craft. I pray that you continue to find joy in what you do, as well as support from the community, school board, and district staff. I attended my first legislative coalition meeting, and among the many things that were discussed, Mr. Angel brought up the Senate Bill 291, which is about recess. Recess shall be at least 30 minutes on regular instructional days and at least 15 minutes on early release days. A pupil shall not be denied recess by a member of the school staff unless there's an immediate threat to the safety of the pupil or other pupils. This goes into full effect 24-25, I believe. With this in mind, I absolutely support the right for a child to have recess, and I don't support taking away recess as a punishment. I believe teachers should have the ability, though, to provide consequences for students regarding especially missing or incomplete assignments. This alone is a long discussion, and it could have gone longer at the meeting. We had to kind of cut it short. But I wanted just to make the public aware of this law and the effects that it will have on children and teachers. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from our, Trustee Ortega.
Just a couple things. Welcome, and I've known Stephen since he was a wee little lad. And so, welcome. He was a really good administrator for us here at Orange High School, as well as an AD and other things as well. So, welcome here. I just wanted to mention real quick on the May Day parade, or the May parade, is that just two things, or one thing is, I don't know if you're going to speak to it. Oh, you are? Okay, which one? Oh, no, not that one. So the Orange High School band won, I believe it was the John Williams Award, which was, I think, first place. Yes, so they won first place out of all the bands who competed that day. So if you had an opportunity to see the bands going through, all of them were terrific. They maybe won it because they played a good theme of Star Wars, as you may know. So they won that, and I'll not steal anymore because I know she's going to allude to a lot more of things that occurred. And also, too, was also in the Orange County Register that the Villa Park girls won the CIF championships. From what I understand, it was a very large margin. So as they say it, they smoked it. They did very, very well. So I just wanted to highlight those two things, and I don't want to take more thunder away from her presentation. So again, thank you, welcome. That's it.
Thank you.
Student board members?
Yes. I'm wondering if we should start with Gia. Are you okay with that? And then we'll move this way? Okay.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So just a little bit about Canyon. I'll start with athletics. Last month we hosted signing day, and 11 student athletes signed to college this month. So that was really exciting. We also had boys lacrosse, girls lacrosse, softball, baseball, and boys volleyball teams all qualify for CIF championships. Yes, big congrats to them. And then recently, from May 1st to May 3rd, Dance Company and Junior Company, which were our dance teams, they put on May Show. They had a bunch of student choreographed performances. I was able to go, and it was really, really amazing and super impressive. So our dance teams are very impressive. And then OC student sections gave Canyon our first ever title of 2023 to 24 North Orange County Divisional Champions, which ranks our school spirit at #1 in North Orange County for the first time ever, which we were very excited about. And then, as Trustee Yamasaki mentioned, on April 26th, Mr. Principal McGee and our cafeteria staff helped to create a really fun extended lunch to celebrate the Distinguished School Award, and we had a barbecue. We had chips, ice cream, brownies, hot dogs, burgers, and games and music, and it was really fun. And then this week and next week is AP testing week, so I'm slowly making my way through the week. I've had 3 AP tests and 2 more to go, so almost there. And our prom is this Saturday at Long Beach Aquarium, and the theme is A Night in Atlantis, so I'm very excited for that. And then I know it was already mentioned, but May 22nd is the choir showcase. It'll be at 7 at Canyon High School if anyone is interested in seeing some more amazing performances by them. Thank you.
Good evening to you all again, and I wanted to personally welcome, I know you've gotten a lot of welcomes tonight, but welcome from me, Trustee Pelly and Trustee Glass. We have a lot of similar things going on at Elmo as Canyon, so it'll be quick, but we had athletic night for incoming 8th graders last week, which was exciting. I got to recruit some people for the dance team. We just had our auditions this week, so that's been very exciting. We also had AP exams, similar to Gia. I've already finished all mine. All 5 are done. I'm excited. Now that those AP exams are over, I have all of the fun senior activities coming up. So we have college signing day, not next Monday, but the Monday after, which I'm excited because I think we're all excited to go to college. We also have that same day our goodbye assembly, which is Moana themed. ASB will be performing in that along with like cheer, dance, and pom, the usual goodbye assembly. So I'm excited for that as well. As I mentioned last meeting, we have prom coming up, and the theme is A Night in Paris, so I'm also excited for our prom as well. And then for some of our sports, track was league champs. 8 girls from track made it to CIF, and 5 guys from track made it to CIF. Yeah, good for them. And then our varsity baseball team won their league, and they made it to Division III CIF. Yes. And softball also made CIF, and they ranked #1 in Division II. And as you guys already mentioned, it's Teacher Appreciation Week, and our PTSA celebrated our teachers by having our AP Environmental Science class make little succulent plants for each of our teachers. So that's how we celebrated. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President Page, Superintendent Gonzalez, and board members. Congratulations. I was here when you guys got appointed, and I said how happy I was to see you speak and show how passionate you are for education and students. Similar to the other schools, we are also wrapping up the year, getting ready for senior activities. Last week we had our final blood drive of the year. A lot of seniors donated because we thought it'd be a good gift as a senior gift. And as Mr. Ortega mentioned, we also had May Parade last week. We had our JRTC begin the parade, and our Cheer 1 tied with Santiago Middle School for most spirit during the parade, as well as our band won an award because they are incredibly talented. Our band is so talented. I love watching them perform. And my ASB, I dressed up as Princess Leia. I sat in the truck, waved at a bunch of little kids. And a shout out to one of my team members, Brianna. She wore the Panther suit the entire time during the parade. That's so hard, yeah. And then our College and Career Center had hashtag Accepted Day. We were celebrated, all the seniors were celebrated for committing to their schools and their future steps, whether it was joining the Navy or going to community or just staying at home. We really appreciate everything our College Career Center has done for us. And then we also had a dome celebration, a final hurrah to our historical dome. And as well as our softball team made it to round 2 of CIF, the first time in 2 decades. And for, yes. And for Teacher Appreciation Week this week, today, we passed out baskets and wrote letters to all of the staff on campus. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board and President Page. During these past few weeks at Villa Park, we've had multiple events on campus, so I apologize for how long it's going to take. So, first of all, Villa Park had its Campus Care Day on the 20th of April, where students had the chance to participate in planting new soil and painting walls all around campus. All students were provided with donuts in the morning and followed by delicious Mexican food in the afternoon, which I can confirm was very delicious. So. Our orchestra and band collaborated with local elementary and middle schools such as Sarah Villa, Taft, Fletcher, Villa Park, Serrano, Olive, and Linda Vista Elementary Schools for free concert in our PAC. Our choir program performed at the SCVA festival during a festival and earning superior ratings on their performance. Avid congratulated their 2024 senior standout at the annual OCDE Avid Senior Standout and Scholarship Ceremony. So congratulations to Victoria Chavira for her recognition. So I know that was mentioned earlier. The existing mural outside of our counseling office was created by the class of 2025 and recently received a new makeover with the help of various creative students on campus, alongside with the help of our art teachers, Mr. Edlin and Ms. Shine. There are various themes in the murals, such as academics, sports, the Spartan way, and so much more. So if you're ever on campus, I really recommend looking at it. It's really nice. Our mock trial team and academic competition team was recognized by the Villa Park City Council for their success in this year. Congrats to those students that participated. And a Villa Park student, Nathan Ayala, was selected as a semifinalist for the OC Register's Artist of the Year. And not only that, but he received an award for mock trial for his role as an attorney from the Constitutional Rights Federation of Orange County. Yes, our school theater program had an amazing weekend performing Mamma Mia. I saw it was really nice. And we hosted our final Club Rush this year, Spring Fest, which is an opportunity for VPHS student organizations to fundraise money for their respective clubs with food and drinks. VPH Just Dance had their spring dance concert to finish off the year. We just ended our dodgeball tournament where players and also included teachers, I really enjoyed seeing the teachers play, participated and faced off against each other. In celebration of Teacher Appreciation Week, VPHS, ASB, and PFSO provided breakfast for our educators throughout the week. We provided bagels and coffee on Wednesday, and Friday, PFSO held a breakfast for teachers in the breezeway, and we did do this last week because of AP testing. So on Monday, though, our teachers did receive personalized bags full of candy and notes that students wrote for all of our teachers. On May 4th, the Villa Park Marching Band and Color Guard performed at the Orange May Parade, and Villa Park VP took 3 jazz bands to the 4th Fullerton College Jazz Festival on Saturday, April 20th, and took home 2 first-place trophies. Girls... yeah. Okay. Girls Swim won CIF Division II, and to celebrate their win today, the girls got fitted for rings. I saw that, and I saw the girls come in, and they all seemed super happy, and I really love seeing that. All levels of athletics have one league, and a final yesterday at Fred Kelly celebrated Employees of the Year, as mentioned earlier. Our very own Juan Cervantes classified and Gwen Corbett certificated received awards, and that's it. Thank you for listening to that.
Thank you so much for sharing. And Ms. Corbett, who got VP's Employee of the Year, was my bio teacher when I was at Villa Park. So it was so great to see her.
Can I, thank you for being here and representing Villa Park, but can I get your name?
My name is Mariana Mendoza.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for sharing, all of you, about everything that's going on, and good luck if you still have AP testing and wrapping up all your senior activities. Okay, approval of the minutes. So for April 11th, 2024, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move.
Thank you, Trustee Rumsey. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Any discussion? Sorry, I almost jumped ahead. No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is approved. Oh, any abstentions?
Yeah, we probably should have asked for some abstentions there. It looks
Okay.
like we have 2.
2. So it's 5-0-2. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Public comment, Trustee Erickson?
Yes. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to another person any portion of the time allotted to him or her. The total time for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes. The time allowed for those who made requests to speak will be as follows. 1 to 10 speakers will each be allowed 3 minutes. 11 to 15 speakers will be allowed 2 minutes. 16 to 30 or more speakers will each be allowed 1 minute. The number of speakers to any agenda or non-agenda item will be determined just prior to the time the item is considered, and speakers must be present to be counted in the total. District students who have presented requests to speak will be allowed to speak before other individuals who have also requested to speak. Individual speaking time may not be reduced to less than 1 minute. Those who presented requests to speak but could not be accommodated within the allotted 30 minutes will be allowed 1 minute each to speak prior to the adjournment. Public comments on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction will occur after consideration of the action items, information or discussion items, and consent items. So tonight we have 1 speaker on item 9D, and then we have 11 speakers on item 18, but 5 of them are students. And it does say item 18, but are we sure it's not on the esports? On 9?
What we can do is we can ask them, and if it's on esports, we could move those to the information item.
So for the student speakers, are you out in the audience? Okay, are you, did you want to speak at the time the esports is up? Okay, all right, so all 5 of the students? Okay, all right, so we will have them speak then, and then the rest of them are all non-agenda items or item 18.
So that change would be 9A. We'll move them to 9A.
May I
Yes.
ask a point real quick? Seeing that these students are here, is there any, I know we adopted the agenda. Is there a way, do you have testing or anything for you to stay later? Because by the time we get to this agenda item, we have no idea what time it will be. So
Mr. Ortega, I think actually there won't be much time until we get there, because the only thing right now between right now and that item is the resolution to approve developer fees, which my understanding from Mr. Rivera won't take more than just a couple minutes.
Okay, I'm just asking for courtesy, that's all.
Yeah, and we did check with them as we were planning the agenda.
Okay, we'll move on to 8A, resolution 262324, approve use of developer fees to replace portable classrooms. Mr. Rivera.
Madam Page, Superintendent Gonzalez, our new 2 board members, welcome to the board. Looking forward to work with you. And as well as the Orange community that's here, teachers and classified, thank you for all your work and support. So this resolution here that we're bringing to you, and you haven't seen this in the past. So in the business office, we work on trying to identify and maximize our resources. And Mrs. Vasquez, our senior executive director, came to me with an idea. She vetted it with our legal counsel. And what we're able to do legally is to use the developer fee money to replace aged portables. Developer fee money is intended, is funds that we receive when someone expands their house by more than 500 feet, or that you have a development. So we collect approximately $5 a square foot for that development. For residential, it's tiered depending on the type of development. Since we're a declining enrollment school district, we don't have the ability to use those funds to add to our facilities because we're not increasing our enrollment. But there's a portion of the statute that allows us to replace aged facilities. And as you're aware, we have a number of portables in our facilities that have lasted past their useful life. So this resolution will allow us to use those funds to replace those aged portables by you approving the resolution. And this will also help us in my future presentation when we talk about funding to improve our facilities, that we'll be able to replace those portables with facilities that are new. I'll be happy to answer any question you may have.
Great. We open it up for any discussion or any questions.
I just wanted to confirm, so just so the public knows, now these are fees that are use it or lose it, right?
Correct.
So if we don't use it, we lose it.
Correct.
Okay, at the end of the year or
We have a 5-year statute
certain period? Okay.
that we need to comply with, and some of the funds that we have are reaching that 5-year statute.
Okay. And then to be clear, it has to apply to areas of growth within the district. So as you said, we can't use it on facilities where we aren't seeing growth, but we can in areas such as CARES, early learning, those sorts of things where we're actually expanding our numbers, right?
So you bring up a good point. So we're having discussions with our teams, with Ed Services, that we can, because we have a long waiting list for daycare. So we're looking at opportunities that we can get a twofer benefit, put in a new classroom at the same time that could benefit the CARES program, because we have a long waiting list. So that's not only going to help replacing and adding new facilities, but it's also going to increase our enrollment because now we're going to be able to serve the students that are on waiting list.
Okay. I just want to clarify that because I know part of our goal is to get rid of as many portables as we can, but this is an area where we can actually use it for a program that's growing, and we wouldn't be able to use it for any other reason. And so I just think it's important people understand that.
So you make another good point.
Thank you.
We're on the same page. We are not able to use these funds for deferred maintenance. So could we replace roofs, air conditioning units? No, that's prohibited under this fund. But it is allowing us to put new facilities in, new portables, when we have approved the resolution. Now, is that going to fix all our problems? No, it's a down payment. But at least it's positive movement that we're able to replace a number of portables with these funds.
Trustee Rumsey?
You mentioned that the portables would be used, it sounded like maybe multiple use for both classroom and CARES?
Yes, we're going to look at opportunities where we can do both.
So one portable would have a classroom in it and then an after-school care kind of thing?
Correct. We have that now.
Okay.
We have that current situation
So that
now.
teacher just has to share their space?
We're gonna have to come up with a plan of how that works effectively for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Some schools also have like a VAPA room And so it's mainly used during, like earlier in the morning, and then they store instruments there locked up, and then it could be cares in the afternoon.
Yes, and thank you for that question. By approving this resolution, it allows us to go in and work on how to best utilize the funds for that purpose. But currently, there's not already a detailed plan here of the exact portables at the exact classroom. So by approving this resolution, it just approves the staff to get to work on it.
And then we can bring you back a recommendation, a project list, and then you can approve that project list and ask us those questions of how do we determine this information. So we'll be happy to do that at a future date.
Okay, any additional questions?
I'll move it.
Thank you. Trustee Ortega, is there a second? Trustee Yamasaki seconds. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is adopted 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 8B, the need for an additional board meeting. I believe that's also you, Mr. Rivera.
I thought I got away.
You're never going to get away. You're going to stay with us for a long time.
That's a discussion for another day. So we are dependent on using the state website, the state software that's a website application. That application just became available at the end of last week. We're unable to turn around the financials in the time frame, in this time frame for the May 23rd meeting. So this is the second or third time consecutively that the software has not been available, and we have had to make changes in our schedule. So the requirement of the law is that we publish the budget 3 days in advance. We're scheduled to do that at May 23rd. And then it's a two-step process. Then the June 13th meeting will be the second step of that process. So it's the LCAP report that goes first, the district budget, and then it goes in that sequence for the two meetings. So we are needing another board meeting in June to comply with that because of the tardiness of the state releasing the state software.
So is there a recommendation, or would you like the board to discuss a potential date?
We have some dates to offer, but it's really dependent on your availability. So I defer to the board as to what date works best for you, and then we will work around that.
Okay. So I will propose the Thursday after, June 20th, if everyone else is available.
I'm not available.
Not available?
I'm out of town.
Or
I am.
you're not available. Okay, what about the Thursday after? Does anyone have a calendar date?
That's the 27th. I would prefer not to, but I can make myself.
Our note taker is not here as well that day. You don't know? Barely. Okay, so it sounds
That
a
gonna work with?
non-Thursday?
I think I have 6:20 as 5 available, 5 trustees available,
Yep.
and now you're looking at 6:27,
But less are available that day.
and now you have 4 that are available.
I'm available on the 27th.
We've done, it's like a Monday or something before.
Okay. Would you like to look at a non-Thursday? I feel like it's an auction. It's like,
I have 6/26 available. I don't know if we talked about that date. It's a Wednesday.
Yeah, the whole June's bad.
okay.
Okay, so Mr. Ortega's out. So, okay. Do we have,
Can it be before the 13th? Or it has to be after the 13th?
Has to be after the 13th.
You got graduations the first week of June,
Right.
so that's not.
How about the 17th?
The first meeting would be June 13th. So then it has to be, after that time frame.
I know, I think we just heard Mr. Ortega's availability that week not being good, but we did get 6:26 as a proposed date, so do we want to take a survey of the rest of the board on their availability for the 26th?
And that's a Wednesday, correct?
it is a Wednesday, yes. And we are looking at our phones, but only at the calendars, so FYI.
Okay, we have 6 available on the 26th. All right.
Okay.
So can I have a motion to add another meeting, or unless you would like to have a discussion about potential other dates for other things? Okay, Trustee Pelly moves it. Trustee Glass seconds. Any discussion?
Do we have a time? Is it going to be a regular 5:30?
We
or
can
will do-
entertain any other time to start for that one. It is considered a special meeting, and we would be planning for this agenda item only, if not maybe a couple more. So, at the most, a light agenda for that day. So we can start earlier if the board wishes to do so.
So
Will
just
that
to
help you,
clarify,
Mr. Ortega, to be there if it's earlier?
I'm out of state.
Oh, okay.
so just to clarify, on the June 13th meeting, we will provide you the presentations. The next meeting, you would be approving the report. There's no other presentations that we're going to be providing other than the June 13th.
Unless we wanted to add a study session like facilities master plan.
Unless the board chose to add other agenda items. For this item itself, it's
Okay.
going to be very short.
Well, we have a date selected, and I think we can discuss what goes on the agenda at a later time. I would say just continue to meet at 5:30, if everyone's okay with that.
So June 26th at 5:30.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. All right. Let's see. We have information and discussion items, academic data, actions, and next steps of the Orange Unified Scholastic Esports.
We have 4 public speakers, all 4 OUSD students, and the first is Julian Younger, followed by, and I can't see the printing on here, but it's Naveen something. We couldn't distinguish it. And then Andon Zimbauer and Adrian Barales. So Julian Younger first.
Good evening. My name is Julian Younger. I'm here on behalf of the Villa Park Esports program as the president, or co-president, sorry. I just wanted to briefly share my experience with esports overall, as I have been a part of the esports program in OUSD since my middle school, 7th grade year, underneath my teacher, Mr. Van Smallien. I just wanted to share with all of you that esports has been a very impactful part of my life, as esports has been available to me so early in my life. I have been able to find the career that I so wish to commit to, including through college, as I have recently enrolled to IBC, a community college for esports. I just wanted to let all of you know that I have made a very tightly knit community of friends and teachers, such as Mr. Larios, who has been with me for 4 years now. Also, thank you, Mr. Larios, for everything you've done for me. It's Teacher Appreciation Week, and I would like to extend my thanks to you. And of course, to all the district members as well. Yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that esports has been impactful for me and my peers as well. It has provided me with experiences like presenting at a UCI CTE pathway exploration with Mr. Larios, as well as this event currently going on, the district board meeting. It has improved many skills for myself, such as public speaking, team coordination, job searching, and resume building. I just wanted to, again, thank all of my esports fellow members and staff, as well as previous presidents such as Andon and Ella Coburn. But yeah, thank you, and thank everyone for listening, and I hope my peers' presentations take your hearts. Thank you.
Next up is OUSD student, and it looks like it starts with NAV, and then I can't read the rest, so I apologize.
Good evening, board. My name is Naveen. I apologize for my handwriting. My last name is Puni. It's P-U-N-I. I'm also part of the Scholastic Esports at our Villa Park High School, right? Now, I'd also like to share some experiences for the upcoming presentation. So, over COVID, I had to come from a different school, and I was thrown straight into high school, right? I came from a very small school, and my social skills were very lacking. And, you know, freshman year through COVID and thrown into sophomore year, I was lost. And I was looking through clubs and stumbled into esports, we'll say, right? A hobby I had. And throughout my high school, I've learned to grow my public speaking. I've learned to make friends and open connections. Like my past speaker had said, we've had amazing opportunities here, and the career pathways are endless. We've gotten to speak at Anaheim Convention Center. We've gone to UCI to help promote their opening. There's so many different roles, and esports is such a big community. Overall, as I leave high school, and I thank everyone here, I'm sad to go. I'm not the most athletic kid as you see, and I unfortunately didn't make it in baseball, but I feel like I still had a home here. Still got to do a sport, still got to learn how to work with the team, and how to be a leader. And I think the esports has given me skills that I'm going to take with me for the rest of my life, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for that. Andon Zimbauer.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time. 5 to 6 years ago was actually the last time I was standing here pitching the idea of esports to you guys. So I'm glad to be back. Today, sorry, let me read this again. Participating in esports has provided numerous benefits for me, but for others as well, positively impacting our academic, social, and personal development. Firstly, involvement of esports can improve important skills such as problem solving, strategic thinking, and multitasking, which I find to use on a day-to-day basis. When I find myself in competitive games, I usually have to analyze situations quickly, adapt to changing circumstances, and communicate effectively with my teammates, all of which are valuable skills used daily. Additionally, esports offers students a sense of belonging in a community. I have created many friendships and bonds among others who share the similar interests of esports. The sense of belonging is usually a natural thing that people look for, especially in high school, where some students feel the need to belong somewhere, and esports is a place for anyone who is looking for somewhere to go. Overall, esports not only provides a platform for students to showcase their talents and passions for gaming, but also serves as an important part for personal growth and development in the future. I'd like to also say thank you, Mr. Ilarios. It has been a pleasure 6+ years working with you. And even though I've graduated, I'm still in contact with you, and I'm still proud of all these fellow esports members here today. And I'm also proud of the little Smash guys, or the Mario Kart guys. I was very excited to see them and see where everything is going, even while I'm not here anymore. Thank you, guys.
If I may just say one thing, years ago, it was Trustee Yamasaki that brought this item forward, and I will admit that I was skeptical, but your speech at the board meeting back then moved me and was so compelling. So you should take a lot of credit for that. Adrian Barales? He's not here. Okay. And that is the end of the speakers on that item.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Thank you. We have our Ed Services team and our friends from Villa Park High School, esports, are going to present this item for us.
Good evening, esteemed members of the board and the cabinet. I'm Christina Lin. I'm the Executive Director for Technology and Student Achievement. Tonight, we're excited to shine the spotlight on the innovative program revolutionized education in our district, the esports. This program has demonstrated remarkable success in engaging and motivating our students, leading to improvements in attendance and academic achievement. Now I will pass the floor to Mr. Cosette, our administrator of the educational technology, who will introduce our speakers and dive into the positive outcomes and opportunities eSport offers our students and community.
Thank you, board members, and thank you for having us back. And I really appreciate the fact that the students came back and spoke. We appreciated that as well. My name is Randy Colsa. My title is Administrator of Educational Technology for here at Orange Unified School District. We have Pablo Larios, who's here, well, somewhere hiding. He, as you heard, is our CTE teacher who's really led this program to make it what it is today. We have Crystal Meyer, who's actually designed a program over at, oh my gosh, Portola Middle School to make it a very innovative program using the esports connection. And then Chris Keeler, who's our Director of Technology, Assistant Director of Technology, data architect, who's actually pulled together a lot of data resources to show how it's actually impacted our students. So what happened a few years ago, as you heard from some of the students, we had parents coming to us and different members of the community asking us, I have a situation where I want to get my students connected to the schools. So we started asking some of these questions, like how can we include the students? How can we put them into programs? How can we build soft skills and maybe even connect them to a professional world? So we started asking, like, well, why would we use esports? And what we started to see was that it brings a community together. It fosters teamwork, it provides job skills, and actually promotes personal growth for these students as well in making that happen. So we designed a mission statement that provided a platform of the mission statement, which created a platform where students could showcase their professional skills, their creativity, discover careers, develop their strategic thinking, and form lasting connections in that community, which is what you heard already with our students who presented today. What I'd like to do now is introduce our teacher who's going to be doing the presentation for the way the students has connected. So I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Pablo Larios, who's actually made this connection for all of our students.
Sweet. Thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight. I had like this whole plan to speak tonight and give you guys this story, but Andon took that from me. So thank you. As Randy mentioned, the vision, the whys, and all that stuff, actually that was like my summer project, was to develop the Orange Unified Scholastic Esports League, to build something for our school district to be an epicenter, because I don't see that really anywhere in Orange County. So with that being said, I'm gonna repeat what Andon just said. It was crazy to think, I was having a conversation with Randy, we were having this discussion that it was 6 years ago that my students made it to the agenda. It's crazy to think that these kids found a home on their campus because of esports. Esports gave them a belonging. And proof again with Andon being here tonight that a kid and other kids that were here with him last night that didn't have a voice showed up that night and discovered their voice. And that's all courtesy of esports, because esports is more than just gaming. If you've never heard me say that, I say it all the time, because it is more than just gaming. So we go back to 2018 when our journey begins. And we put the why together. We had that conversation. We built our parent committee. And unfortunately, my parents couldn't be here tonight because, their kids are out and doing their own thing now. But I appreciate those parents that were there that night. Ms. Yamasaki, you remember Ms. Hinman, setting up appointments, be like, this is important because her son found a place. And that's courtesy of esports. So 2018, we start that journey. We get things going at Villa Park. Courtesy of my athletic director is like, hey, do you know what esports is? I was like, no, what? And I'm like, yes, I do know what esports is. He's like, what if you just throw it out there and see what happens? Okay, so I threw it out there. And if you guys have ever been to my classroom and new trustees, I encourage you to visit my space. It's awesome. But that classroom probably had 120 plus kids inside of it, all with the interest of, what is this? And now you see the future of what's happened because of esports. We had Fletcher here today. That's crazy. We had Santiago Charter bring home a title. They also had that belt too. They had their own little belt. I was just like, when I was told to bring this back again for a second year, I was like, I'm gonna make this year epic for these kids. And that's my goal, is to make it epic every year. So even though we went through 2018, we made that happen. We got here, they spoke, they did their thing. And I sat back there in that corner, surprised them because they didn't know I was gonna be here. Because I already, as it is, talking in front of people, it's tough. I know I couldn't do it as a high school kid. Sometimes I still can't do it as an adult, I'm gonna be honest. But we made it through that. We got hit with the pandemic, and that was a good year for us. That was a great year for us. It really was. Because going into that pandemic that year, my team was competing in League of Legends. It's a 5-person, 5v5 team. And we were playing Modern Day the day before. And you guys all have heard Modern Day, right? You know, just some like nice, fancy, you know, high quality school. But we're gonna face them off for the playoffs. We're like, wow, we're making the playoffs. And then we get cut off. So 2020 was good for us. But that didn't stop us, to be honest, that didn't stop us. We took what the pandemic threw at us and we made it happen. We kept it going, we kept it alive, because how hard is it not to play online and meet with your team and meet with your students? So we did that. We continued to meet with the students. We held community nights. We'd all meet up at a certain time of day and play a game together. We would watch a movie together, because I knew during that time, as crazy as it was for me as a teacher, it was probably no easier for them. So we found a way to keep them connected to the campus, even if we weren't on campus. So we move forward, right? We get our first showdown, Villa Park versus Orange High. Yeah, I'm looking at you. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. We walked out with a trophy. But that's the first time that we were able to actually showcase esports in all its abilities. Not just the gaming aspect, but there's production to it, there's interviews, there's, you know, everything that esports is, the ecosystem that you'll see later in this presentation was all part of that. So we had our two schools compete. We had every middle school there. They took up the quad at Orange. All our clubs were there representing what esports was. So you got to see the diversity of what esports is and how it works. So then we look at last year, 2023, and I get tasked with the idea of bringing this together, thanks to this guy, which I don't mind. I actually enjoy this. We brought together, and I'm gonna skip the slide because it's just gonna continue the story, or not. So we got to the point where last year, 25 out of 27 of our elementary schools had an esports after school club. They were learning what esports was, but not just the gaming side of it, because again, there's more to esports than gaming. And then we look at middle school. We had 4 out of our 6 middle schools competing in our own little private league. They would host tournaments, they would bring their top 5, which if you guys didn't catch from those events we hosted, each school brought their top 5 competitors. So they held their own on-campus tournament to find out who their best players were. Crazy. And that was fun. Monday, 76 racers. That was bananas. This room was packed. Whew. AC could not handle it. So as we worked through the middle schools, we this year started developing curriculum for the middle school teachers so they can start teaching esports as a career focus class. So that now you get the educational aspects about it. And who doesn't like that? Because I know as a CTE teacher myself, I teach esports aspects and when I teach graphic design. So I open those pathways, those doors for them, right? So when we get to the high school level, then you come to me or you come to the other awesome CTE teachers and you see how those pathways connect to the ecosystem of esports. And then you move from there. Because it's vast. It's, whew. You think we have freeway problems when it comes to like careers? Like esports has so much to it. Technology. So I have this video. I'm not going to play it because I actually have students here that I'm going to have speak to you all. But I do suggest, if you have time, watch the video. And it'll also make it to our social media this weekend. So if you're not following BPHS Esports, what are you doing? All right, so Mr. Jack McGuire. Jack McGuire. So this tall kid, can you shrink down a little bit? Yeah. Thanks. This is Jack. He's year 1 with us, right? But if you don't know about Jack, Jack plays, or is part of our band. Jack plays on our baseball team. Pretty solid kid. And Jack's gonna tell you what it's meant to have esports on campus for him.
Yeah, my name is Jack McGuire. I'm a sophomore at Villa Park. And last year, one of my friends told me that over the summer, we're going to download a game called Valorant, which we played competitively this year and went to the semifinals in CIF. So, yes, no, yes, yes. So I was like, okay, we'll do it. So I tried out in September of 2023, my sophomore year, a couple months ago. And I made it. And it introduced me to Mr. Lorios, my friends over there, and Julian, and my friends over here, and an entire community of people who were just completely welcoming. So having esports at Villa Park just opened me to not only a community and a team, but a family. So I would consider these people and those people are very close siblings, and this person is my dad. So, and yeah, that's what esports at Villa Park has meant to me in the past only a couple months I've been here.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you. And if you guys don't mind, I have one more. All right, so I'm gonna call up to the stage, up to this podium, Ella Kilborn. She's a current Trojan, was our club president last year, and you know, you can come up, it's okay. We don't bite, you know me long enough. So Ella graduated last year, got accepted into USC. She's part of their film school. Ella started off as a very quiet individual and grew an amazing voice. So I'm gonna let Ella tell you guys what esports has meant to her.
Hi, I'm a Villa Park High School graduate. I was, I joined esports my sophomore year. And like Laura said, I was very shy, very much not thinking that I was going to do any leadership whatsoever. But junior year, I ended up being the vice president for esports, and senior year, I was the co-president for esports. And I cannot overstate how much the community and the club has contributed to my confidence and my motivation. It helped me believe in myself so much to get to those points. And I think it contributed a lot to my college experience as well, getting accepted into colleges because of the experiences that esports has provided me. But also now at USC, next year I'm going to be the co-president of Girls in Games at USC. And thank you. And I know, absolutely that part of the reason I got that position was because they appreciated that I had esports experience. So I can't overstate the Laris's support, the community support. People are talking about the community all the time, and as they should, because it's so, the people I've met through esports have shaped me. And that showdown was one of the best days of my life. It was so exciting. So I'm so grateful for esports existing and being available to me, because it has helped me grow so much. And I hope that it always receives the support it deserves going forward and I hope that it's always accessible to kids who are interested. Yeah.
Thank you, Ella. So you got to hear the student voice. There's actually two more, this slide and another slide. There's a video. Like I said, if you haven't seen the video, please take time to watch it. Hopefully this doesn't play the video. So you heard from Andon, Trees, one of my new students this year, and then we got a little information from one of our students from Yorba Middle School. Like I said, this is all available in your slides, so I'm gonna skip over this and talk about the events. As you guys saw, some of you guys got to see firsthand what it was like to be inside a Mario Kart tournament with 76 elementary school kids. It was bananas, it was amazing, it was fun. Wow, I was tired the next day. But that's just one of the 3 events we had. The middle school was Super Smash Brothers. I took all my Fridays off and I hosted a Fortnite Fridays for our high schools. So we got 20 to 25 kids every Friday night afternoon to team up and just play against each other for fun. And it's those moments, that time, that I got clearance from the family to take to make sure that these students that I care about so much had that opportunity. So the goal is to keep having these events, right? Get back to that point where we have all our schools involved and get that support going, because that was my goal this year. My goal this year was to make sure our schools had these events continuing and that I found the resources needed to support those schools. So going into the next school year, I can tell you Canyon, Elmo, and Orange will all have gaming consoles so they can expand the exclusivity of their clubs. So it's not just one platform, now it's multi-platform, so they can reach out the whole community. And continue to have events like that. Maybe start our own private Rocket League or just join CIF, which you'll hear more about later. But again, thank you for the time. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed this story. I'm gonna hand it over to the data architect. What a title. What a title. There you go, sir.
All right. So there's research showing that students involved in school programs tend to be more engaged, which positively impacts attendance and grades. Specifically, our esports program participants have higher attendance rates compared to the non-participating students, as you can see in the diagram. Additionally, the data also reveals that students achieve slightly higher GPAs by participating in programs such as our esports program. With this in mind, we're excited to share how one school has leveraged gaming to address a key area for improvement. I'd like to introduce Crystal Meyer to share more details.
Hi there. So this is just a close look at how esports has been able to significantly impact students who are approaching chronic truancy and chronic absenteeism at Portola Middle School. So we got a little creative with the esports format. How we decided to facilitate this program was to create a before-school esports game lab. Now, the mission of this is to get kids to school, increase attendance. At Portola, we bus the most kids to school in the entire district. School starts at 8 a.m. Our students typically get dropped off between 7:10 and 7:15 a.m. every morning. So because of that, we wanted to create an opportunity for students to be excited to come to school, something to incentivize them beyond our existing measures to support attendance at Portola. So we created our game lab, which you guys can see here. Thank you. So this was definitely a feat of collaboration. This was not a plan completed by Portola leadership in isolation. We reached out to Chris Keeler in information technology. He helped us look closely at our data to identify students that we needed to target, students who are approaching chronic absenteeism. Those students got personal invites, phone calls home, and we encouraged them to come to school at 7:15 a.m. every morning to participate in Game Lab. Right now, we're averaging about 60 students per day in our Game Lab, so it's been very popular, but we'll show you some really exciting data in a second. We also worked very closely with Adolfo Herrera in the Expanded Learning Opportunities Department to utilize our ELOP funds in a very strategic way to fund this program, fund the teachers that support it, and create a really exciting gaming environment for Portola students. And we also worked very closely with our instructional leadership, our principal Dave Mannon, our instructional specialist Christina Baroldi, who supports our VILS programming, and myself to make sure that we are really making a meaningful impact and creating a game lab that we could sustain over time. So here's some data just from about a month. We made this presentation a couple weeks ago. So looking at data from March 11th to April 24th, of the group that we targeted, from those students who are approaching chronic absenteeism, 47% of that group have had perfect attendance since we opened the game lab, which we're so proud of. Also, there's a lot of data. These are just, the easy highlights to touch upon in this meeting. The top 20 of our intervention groups showed 3 to 18% attendance improvements within that month. So we're really proud to increase attendance because we know increased attendance is going to affect our students' futures. Now here's just a little video. These are the happiest kids at 7:15 a.m. at Orange Unified. So here's just a look at the collaboration, like Pablo touched on, the sense of belonging, the engagement. It truly does bring this out in our student populations, and that's something that we're so excited to celebrate. And we're really excited to look to the future, utilize our ELOP funds to look at how we can maximize the potential of our esports game lab for after-school programs as well.
Which leads us into talking to, I think Crystal Meyer actually spoke to one of her teachers and how they were trying to figure out what was the best way, what is this thing, why do I need to be a part of it? We then had University of Northern Colorado actually do research off of all of our coaches throughout the district, and those were the top 3 things that they mentioned being important for the program. Which was really wrapped around motivation, philosophy, and the impact, and which you really can't see down there, but there's 47% winning games or competitions was not a focus. It was all about all the other things that happened when they talked to these coaches that were out there and all the teachers that were participating and being a part of it. part of this. We also know now that CIF is a part of this as well. They actually have teams that are going forward. There's I think this year over 1,600 teams that have actually registered to be a part of the program. We know that there's a huge market share that students can participate in. It's to actually get employment. There's jobs that are increasing, like the big ones that you can see are software engineering, game development, game design, marketing, and HR and recruiting. So students have opportunities that if they participate in these things, they can actually be a part of that into the future, which leads us to thanking you for your support and thank you for this opportunity. We want to indoctrinate you into being the coaches, the honorary coaches for our esports team. We have thank yous for that from our students who would say thank you very much. And again, we look forward to having something like they have over at Century High School that you see in a picture here that we could eventually develop, which is an arena where students play, build, learn, and socialize in making an opportunity for themselves into the future. And with that, I thank you very much for the evening and for everything else that you've provided for us over the last 2 years. Oh. We know that there's new team members to the team, so your jerseys are on their way.
Oh, so cute.
If there's no questions, we appreciate your time.
I think everyone wants to comment. Thank you so much for your presentation. I will hand it over to Trustee Yamasaki first.
Okay, thank you. As Trustee Erickson touched upon 6 years ago, a parent that I didn't even barely knew reached out to me and she wanted to meet with me because she said she wanted to talk about esports and what it meant to her son. And my first thought was, why do we want kids to be in front of screens, really? And she and her son talked to me and they made some very compelling arguments. And so I brought it to our staff and they said they've talked about it and everybody had their reservations, to be honest with you. I want to thank Ms. Hinman for coming, and this is the start of her and her family of creating this opportunity for all of our students. And it took students. They came here one by one and talked to us and told us why they needed it. And so it's students' voices like yours who showed up and they made a difference. And one of the things what she told me was that even if esports didn't go through, her son came up and advocated for himself for the first time ever. And he was shy, he was quiet, and it was like one of the most important moments for him. And when it got approved, they were just so elated. And I thought that moment was really powerful for them and for us because we made a difference in their lives. And I want to thank Mr. Larios for always being open and inviting us to all the events. We went to UCI Arena just to see how their esports was going. We've gone to many of the competitions, the one over at the Orange Little Theater. That was a lot of fun. That was amazing. And we've gone to many of your other competitions, whether it was in the gym, it was here the other day. And I can tell you that this is like one of the most well-attended and fun events for the students. They're so motivated and they're really enjoying themselves. And little did I know, my 24-year-old daughter has a career in esports. She works for Blizzard Entertainment, and I can tell you now I have firsthand knowledge of how many careers can be made in that industry. And it's really lucrative, by the way. So, and she has a lot of fun. She's always bringing home swag. And so I think, but really the most important thing for me is to see the students connected to the schools. Because like you said, what brings them to the school helps them to learn and to feel like they belong. And that is just key. So I want to thank all of you, the Ed Tech team, and especially Mr. Larios for making this program one of the most successful in Orange County. And Ms. Hinman did say if we didn't do it, she and her son and some of the students were going to leave for another district. And so I was like, we need to keep them here. And so, but I think our program has blown all the other programs away, so, since then. So I'm glad we did it. Thank you.
Trustee Rumsey.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Mr. Ilarios, if we could clone you, that would be awesome. Your passion, your expertise, your excitement, but really, above all, your connections, obviously, with your students is really the most important thing. And then all the benefits that come from this activity. Is there any way that a student could ever be ineligible?
Yes.
And what would that be?
Same as sports. We keep them at a 2.5 or higher.
Okay.
So if they don't hit that grade mark, they're not playing.
So that's another motivation to keep their grades up. And then I loved that picture of was it Portola that we saw all the kids? Is there any way that we can market to the girls? Because it seemed a little like a lot of boys were in that room. I'd love to see more girls.
I think they do.
She's coming back. They are working on.
They do have some girls.
Okay.
And I think we have
Sorry,
girls. So do you market to girls? I think that was the question.
Yes, that's our next step for the after-school program. We're creating a program for girls and for students with disabilities.
Not people in the
Wonderful.
out in the world won't be able to hear you. They won't be able to follow us.
So the next step for Portola looking ahead is, as you saw in the videos, predominantly boys. They scare away the girls. I apologize, I have allergies.
It is junior high, so.
So our after-school program, we're focusing on girls and students with disabilities, just to target those groups and give them some of the engagement and the benefits that esports has had for our morning group.
Okay.
And I think some things to point out too, like the elementary program, we saw girls showing up. Some of them didn't compete, but they still came to support their teams. And then you can see for high school, they're being recruited. And I think we try to create that inclusivity and that equality for them to participate.
I went to the competition last year, and I just loved the support. And both high schools had their cheerleaders there, and it just felt like kind of like going to a football game. So I really, really enjoyed it. Thank you.
So once again, thank you for this presentation. It's outstanding. If I was back in high school, I'd want to be in your class, Mr. Larios. You have so much energy and but I want to just focus for a minute on CTE and how important CTE programs are. And being a CTE teacher, which I supported that program as a principal, I think it's just remarkably valuable, and students get to branch off into non-traditional things that are critical. So that's important. Yes, Portola, great job with getting the students there at 7:15, 7:10, 7:15 in the morning, awake, active, engaged, fantastic. The research says the girls don't have those problems at the same age level, right? So it's good to have them doing something in the afternoon. So I think that's critical. But again, the busing is a critical issue to the whole thing as well, because they may have to leave. So we may have to sit down with Dr. Mannon and figure that out. But that's an outstanding thing. So thank you for your presentation. I think it's wonderful. And you young people are doing a great job with the esports. And Ella, was Ella still here? That's awesome with the girls in gaming. So fantastic for that.
Thank you so much, Trustee Glass. And then, go ahead.
Just very quickly, thank you to the Hinman family for approaching Trustee Yamasaki. Thank you, Trustee Yamasaki, for approaching staff. And because I had girls that did not game at all. I had no idea what it even was. I can't say I really do now, but I do enjoy the tournaments. And so like I said, I did have some skepticism, the same skepticism that everybody had. And I just was stunned by the level of rigor that really is involved in it, and the dedication, the teamwork, the camaraderie, the sense of belonging that students have, the motivation to get up in the morning. I wouldn't be motivated to get up at 7:15 probably for much. So, so just amazing work that your department is doing, but it really starts from one passionate person in the community coming forward and their child really being empowered by that experience. And so thank you to everybody. Mr. Larios, you are phenomenal. So impressive. That's why you got, you've been awarded many times because you are so dedicated to your craft and to your students. I know that we can probably do more to support, so you need to let us know what we can do to support. I know that we've put some extra resources in, but I know you need more. And I know, Mr. Larios, that you spend so much of your own time. I'm sure probably Ms. Meyer does as well, and other teachers as well. But I know you, Mr. Larios, and you have put so many extra hours in. It's insane. Even taking us, as Ms. Yamasaki said, to UCI to convince us and show us how far and how much these kids can accomplish in this esports arena. And it was totally impressive. And you are you're very good at convincing. And so anything that we can do to help, we would love to help. And thank you to the students for coming out here, being here late. You are inspiring and amazing, so thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Page? Can I just add a quick comment? Trustee Erickson and I went to a competition and we did Mario Kart and we came in 14th and 15th.
And when you guys went head to head, who won on that one? I forget.
I'm pretty
Mr.
sure I was
Larios.
15th.
Ms. Page, we have one more comment over here.
Go ahead.
Hi, I just kind of wanted to give an outside perspective as a student that doesn't participate actively in esports, but as a member of ASB, I've been able to not only involve myself in activities at school, but also explore all the amazing programs, which includes esports. And as I've observed by today's presentations and student statements, this program holds a special place in their heart, and I am very happy to be leaving VP knowing that there are dedicated and passionate people continuing to build this wonderful program. And I will say this about Larios' room. It swept me off my feet as I walked in. I almost slipped. But it's truly wonderful, and I do love going in there during lunch for nutrition and seeing the esports students playing games and enjoying themselves in their rooms. So yeah, I just wanted to add that outside perspective.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think Trustee Erickson, he did put a wish list, and that's why it's the last screen, because that's ultimately what he wants, and moving out of his little closet and have an arena for his students. So thank you so much for the presentation. Let's see. So Monday night, I came with my kids after I picked them up from school. They came to support Fletcher Falcons, and I came to support everyone. And it was absolutely amazing how organized everything was. It seemed like chaos because it was a room full of kids, but it wasn't. Like, every station knew what they were doing and how they just transitioned and saw the leaderboard, and there was just like multiple things happening at the same time. And thank you for speaking with my kids like one-on-one. So right after that, they were like, I'm going to go home and finish my homework so I can play Mario Kart, because I am going to start training so when I'm in upper grade, I can be on the team. And I was like, there's so much more that goes into it than good grades. And so thank you for igniting that spark in not just my own children, but just if I can sum everything up of your entire journey, it's transformational. You've transformed our district into cultivating an esports program that is not only legitimate, but like has sparked future leaders in our community. And your tireless efforts of not just inviting us to go visit what our students can do after they graduate from our own high schools, but just being that advocate for them is truly commendable. Thank you so much for everything that you do.
The other thing to point out too is not only did he transform the students, but the students then wanted to come to like Saturday enrichment academies where they were helping out. They were a big part of making that a success as well. So then we had young ones being influenced by the older ones to show what Orange Unified is really about.
Right, even Science Night, right? Didn't they go to SCC? Mm-hmm. And then just a boring comment. It's not boring to me, but I know the analyzation of the data was like, I loved, thank you for including that in the presentation, mainly because you connected the data that you already have on our students and created intentional interventions. And so that's what I absolutely love. And I know that all of us deeply appreciate that, to create those innovative ways to really engage our students, especially the ones that are at the cusp but potentially not being engaged further. And so thank you all for the amazing work that you're all doing. Thank you.
President Page, I've just received some information from Mr. Rivera about potentially if the board would entertain it. For B, we have proposed funding, which is to improve school facilities, which is a little bit longer of a presentation. However, we do have guests here in the audience that are here to present on Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation. Both are information items. There's no action to be taken by the board tonight, so we may want to suggest that we move them up in the presentation.
I'm okay with that, and I think everyone would agree to move up our foundation. So, Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation presentation.
That esports thing is looking pretty cool, huh? The clicker's right here. Yeah. I wish I wasn't like had that in high school. That was like better. That would probably position you better than like water polo or football to actually get a date. Seriously. I mean, those people look like they're like cool. I strove to be cool. Yeah, my name is Frank Tucker. I'm the president of the Orange Unified Public School Foundation, and we're here, thank you, to give you guys a little bit of an update. Before I do that, though, I just wanted to recognize all you guys. You guys did a great job yesterday recognizing all of the teachers and staff at Fred Kelly. You know, that's a huge recognition event. You guys all had your lays on. Ernie, you looked amazing. You did too, Dave. It was a great event, and I think there's so much positive energy tonight just sitting here watching everybody. And you guys are getting swag. I mean, it's life doesn't look bad as a trustee. So let me give you a little bit of an update. So the Orange Public Schools Foundation is a little under 2 years old as it was kind of reconceptualized. And so it's still in its kind of startup phase, right? So we're still finding our way. We're still learning. We're still doing the things that we think make sense, but we're evolving. But I think we've done a lot of great things in the last 18 months, and we'll give you a little bit of an update on that. Just as a reminder, this is the mission of the foundation, and you get to see that great picture of Nicole and Marianne. Marianne, you're in a lot of pictures. And it is great to go out in the community. We are out in the community talking about the district, talking about the amazing things the district is doing, building partnerships with the community, which I'll talk about in a minute, and lastly, quite frankly, raising money, because the one thing that the foundation, when it started up, didn't come with was funding or funding sources. So we're creating funding and funding sources to do the things that we think need to happen based upon all of the goals that the district has. So where do I point? Oh, there you go. So this is some just really high-level stuff from the last 12 months. As you guys may or may not know, we did a car raffle, which was a learning for us. I think it went okay. We'll do it again this next year. We'll have the timing be a little bit different, but that was sort of our initial foray into raising money for the organization. We just did an amazing, I think, VAPA showcase with the VAPA teams and at OUSD, at Chapman University. I know a lot of you guys went to go see the performance. Almost 1,000 people from the community got to go. We will get you guys better seating next year. I know some of you guys were up in the rafters, a little warm up there. Chapman doesn't pay an air conditioning bill that goes to the second story, apparently. But it was an amazing event, and I think we are working with them already for 2020 2025 to basically do that again and on maybe an expanded basis. We're creating a wellness space at Handy Elementary, yay, which I think will be amazing. I think that is obviously a goal district-wide. We did have funded some sports camps and programs. You can see the names on there. Everybody's very excited about the Richmond handball group. So I think that will be kind of fun. They all got together. So we went to basically all of the schools and said, hey, where do you guys need help? And this is where they said for these different organizations. And lastly, we continue to showcase our students, both in terms of graduation banners, graduation store, and then lastly, we did develop a partnership with the Hilbert Museum to take kids there, so they'll pay for the transportation to go to the museum to see it. If you haven't been there, by the way, it's a pretty amazing place, and I think really relevant, especially with a lot of the stuff that really highlights Orange, if you go and see it there. And I'm really probably the most proud of this slide because we have raised and distributed $100,000 to 128 teachers throughout the year. Part of our mission is to make the district a little bit more equitable, and so we've tried to direct those funds to the people that in the organization or the schools and the teachers who need them a little bit more. And so I think we're very excited to continue to do this. We're very excited to have people ask for money. It's hard to get them to do that sometimes, but I think we're on our way now after the second round. And so I think we'll continue to do this, and I think it will continue to provide benefits. As we go forward, we're going to be doing all of the same things you saw on the pages before. In addition, we're going to try to raise some money. We're going to operate Children's Street at the Orange International Street Fair. Yes, I know you guys will all be there this year, assuming it's not too hot. There's no beer on Children's Street for the Orange International Street Fair, as an FYI. But I think that will be a great partnership going forward, and we really look forward to both not only talking about OUSD, running the street, and raising money, but just having a good time as well. We also have a really good partnership now with Home Depot. We met with them a couple weeks ago. They're very excited about really helping to build out basically as many wellness spaces at as many schools as the district wants. So, we're working with Dave and his team on that, but I'm very excited about that. I think that will go a long way to really providing, wellness spaces at all of the schools that don't have them today. It's certainly a big need in the district. It was one of the biggest needs identified previously, and we're really happy, quite frankly, to partner with them to make that happen. And lastly, we're partnering with OUSD on the amazing CTE programs you guys have. So we've met with them really to try to figure out how to better market, talk about all those programs. Ashley Oakes has an amazing chart, if you haven't seen it, that actually shows all of the different tracks and all of the different programs throughout OUSD. I think it's something that we're going to try to talk about and market with them. So we've been meeting with her. We're going to go meet with her again the week after next. And we're trying to pull all of this together for an event in October where we would do sort of an initial sort of big event talking about like what are the state of the schools around Orange Unified School District, with an emphasis I think for the initial one, really on the CTE programs because they're so powerful and they're so amazing, and it's something I think that really can connect the community to OUSD, getting them excited to have them provide more funding. And also, I think it's an amazing story to tell. Quite frankly, I had never seen it laid out, and once I saw it laid out, it's really, quite frankly, inspiring. So we're excited to do that. So we're excited to be advocates for OUSD. We're excited to raise money for OUSD. We're excited to engage with the community with OUSD. And we're just happy that we get to work with a bunch of amazing people across the district. And I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you so much. Trustee Erickson?
Yes. First and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Rivera, because this is your legacy. This is something, one of your many legacies, but this is something you really made happen. And then, so we thank you because it was
Yay.
really important that this happened, and all the best school districts have really good foundations, and you know, you're leaving something huge behind. So thank you, thank you, thank you for this. And then also thank you for putting together, or you didn't put them together, but you guys putting yourselves together as the powerhouse team of the most amazing community volunteers. I mean, top of the line volunteers, starting with you, Frank. You all, between all of you, you know everybody. You're just amazing human beings all around. You do so much for so many other groups, not just the foundation, you know, Boys and Girls Club and all of those other groups. And I just am so grateful for people like you in the community. And this is just something I think that it helps our teachers, obviously, when you do your grants. It helps the community to learn more about our programs. So there's a certain PR aspect of it, and you are the best people to demonstrate that. And I just am so, so, so happy and grateful for you. And so thank you. And
You're welcome.
That's it.
No, that's very nice.
Mr. Tucker, can you talk briefly about the program offering, what we're going to be doing at the graduation store?
Well, yeah, so do you guys know about the graduation store? So the graduation, well, Dave, why don't you talk about the graduation store? You're very excited about the graduation store.
I'm always excited to talk about money. So this will be the second year. This will be the second year that we're going to have a virtual store available that parents can sign up and buy things for their graduates. We're also going to have a station at Kelly Stadium for them to pick up their items or buy things at the store. We had a generous donation from the vendor that we were working with last year, and we were able to successfully negotiate another one-time contribution for the store. There's the banners, the graduate banners that you see lining up in the stadium. This will be, I think, the second or third year that we do that.
Third year.
So when you walk in the first year that we did that, it really changed the environment of the campus, of the stadium, because you could see the graduates. They are, it's very impressive and very emotional to see these banners, and especially when you have the parents come up and pick up the banners, and how proud they are of the student. It really is it's a bow on a great event.
And we're also trying to bring that production in-house, right, Dave?
Correct.
We are, yeah. Yeah, and you should thank Nicole, who's still back there, who negotiated for that, yeah. She is the hard-nosed negotiator.
Mr. Tucker, I noticed you
ma'am.
have some board members here with you. Could
We
you
do.
introduce them?
Well, they could stand up, and then we could introduce
Yeah.
them. Do you know them all? Do you know them all?
I think
Whitney
so.
Amsbury, Nicole Jones.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay. All right, I'll let you guys go back to your regular programming. Thank you so much for the time.
No, thank you so much for the presentation. We're grateful for everything that the foundation does.
We appreciate your leadership.
I can't put this back in.
I think we're moving back up to proposed funding to improve school facility learning environments. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam President. We have, I believe, one of the most important presentations of the year to talk about our facilities and talk about funding for our facilities. So the challenge is sometimes not that we catch ourselves in the current environment and there's a state budget crisis. You know, all those things are key, but we still have to find a way through the darkness of how to improve our facilities. And here's a quote, and this is actually an article that was written by a Yale student, that fixing our schools leads to student success and student achievement. And when our kids come to our campus, we need to provide the safest environment where they can learn and flourish. So I think what we find is once we start down this path, that we're going to see some successes that we haven't seen in the past. So we want to talk to you about the SMART program. That's our school modernization and renovation for tomorrow. This is not a bond. This is not a tax for the community. We're looking at our internal resources of how we can take the funds that we have available and apply them to fixing our schools. So we have broke down this presentation into 5 different categories. The redevelopment agency, which I'll address in a minute, our asset management plan, our state matching funds that we receive from Sacramento, other external funding, and developer fees. So redevelopment agency funds, it's a tax increment that we receive, and we happen to have a large number of districts within our boundaries that we receive this tax increment. So back 2.5 years ago, we had a study session with the board to talk about what these funds were. So this is a copy of the top of the presentation, and this is the agenda that we covered. And if you like, I can present you a copy of that presentation that it was pretty robust, that we talked about what these fundings are and how they can be applied and how they can be used by the district. And since then, the board has passed a resolution that gives you the flexibility to spend the money based off the priorities, not tied to a geographic area. So the components of RDA funds, if you look on the left side, they resemble pretty much what a bond is and the limitations of a bond, to include any new construction, site modernization, down to the staffing a facility, paying any agency fees, and hire all the professionals necessary. So if the person touches a facility, it qualifies. So we have to commit 5% of the money within 6 months, which is generally achieved when you hire an architect. And then you have to pay the bills, 85% of them, within 36 months. Same as a GO bond. So what have we done in the past? In the past, we've used a certificate of participation, which is the same thing as a mortgage. What we did is we leveraged the funds that we were getting, borrowed the money, and then spent the money in a short period of time. We've done that twice, in 1994 with a $12 million issuance, and in 2003. So what have we done with those funds, you may ask? We modernized Esplanade, Sycamore, Yorba, Portola, Lamson, Jordan, and Prospect. So if you walk to those campuses and they look different, that's because these funds were used to improve those facilities. So in two issuances, we had $65 million issued, and then there was a refunding, which is the same thing as a refinance in your personal mortgage, that we refunded those loans and then paid a lower interest. The last payment that we're going to make on that issuance is next month. So after that, we have no debt. You have 2 worksheets that you've been provided. One shows you how much we've identified as deferred maintenance. The amounts exceed 100, that's a 5-year deferred maintenance plan. They're about $110 million. And the other is, we just received this, is the funding that we're receiving from RDA. So just for the audience, for 24-25, we expect to get $8,913,663. And that funding is increasing slightly through 36-37. So we have 12 or 13 years of robust funding that we can tap into. Here's pictures of some of the improvements that we made with RDA funds. So if you look at Lamson, you had some improvements in the main building, and a 2-story building built. At Yorba, a complete renovation throughout the campus. And lately, we have replaced the roof at Chapman and at Orange High. That's just 2 examples, recent examples of some of the commitments that we made from RDA funds. So let's talk a little bit about an asset management plan. An asset management plan is taking your real estate, the assets, the largest assets in the district, seeing how you can use them to your best interest to generate additional funds. So when I was going through finishing up my program at Pepperdine, there was a case study that I remember reading that talked about airline registration systems. So an airline actually marketed their registration system to other agencies, and they were making more money on renting out the use of their registration system than they were from flying planes. So that's an example that you take an asset and you take advantage of that asset to increase your revenue stream. So for us, we'll be looking at our vacant sites, and we have 2 vacant sites that are probably approximately 30 acres collectively. And we're looking at other land that we're not fully utilizing, because right now, the only funding source that we get is for our average daily attendance. So if we're supporting and maintaining property that isn't being fully utilized by our students, we're actually using our ADA funding to maintain that, which is not very cost effective. And to give you an idea of what these dollars could equal, is that we've checked on maintaining our fields. It takes us between $50,000 to $60,000 a year to maintain 1 acre of land. That includes the personnel costs, the equipment costs, the utility cost. So at some of our schools, the kids, there's more land than there is kids. So that excess land is actually costing us money. So this is an ability for us to look inwards to see, is there a way that we can save money, at the same time capitalize on real estate prices to see how we can take those funds and reinvest them in our school. State matching funds. So the state establishes Fund 35 when you apply for funds at the state level. It has to go through CDE and also the Department of Facility Funding. So we have set aside, we have year-to-date filed for $38.85 million. That's cash that we have in the bank. We also have identified some of the uses of these funds that we have committed projects of $21.4 million, and you can see what those projects are. We have almost $17.5 million that is uncommitted. So the only requirement of the use of these funds is that you have to have an approved DSA plan. So can we go out and paint a school? No, because that doesn't require a state application. So we would need to make sure that we follow the guidelines, and when we apply and spend these monies, yes, we are eligible to file for more state matching funds, depending on, for our site, who has eligibility. So what other external fundings are we looking at? We have energy management programs, we have solar programs. We've been talking to the Anaheim Public Utility. We gave you an audit of that. So we have a framework of what to follow and how much money we're going to save and how much money we are eligible for in grants. Our CalShape program, you're going to be receiving shortly an award for that, which we're going to go through a study, and then they're going to give us a plan. So then we can go after CalShape 2 funding. I believe the CalShape funding that we have already received is $2.9 million. And we're going to proceed, after the audits are completed, we're going to proceed for more applications. Developer fees. So you've heard tonight and you've approved the use of developer fees to replace outdated portables that have passed their useful life. So when you're looking at this list of 110 million, some of this starts checking off the boxes for the list that we have needs for. So what we propose is to bring you back a priority list based off the highest needs. We have developed this model over the last couple years, so we've put a lot of time and effort into identifying what the needs are. We're looking at 7 categories to utilize for funding. For the RDA, how we receive those amounts is to do the same thing that we've done in the past, is to use that as collateral, the revenues as collateral, to take out a certificate of participation. That means that the future revenues we're going to get, we're going to borrow and leverage so that we will get the monies now. And when the bonds become due, the revenues that we have will pay for the bonds. So there'll be no exposure to the general fund. So what we put on there are some timelines of what we expect to take to generate some revenues in each category. State matching funds, you can see there's 17.5 million. That's already in the county treasury. So if you add that to the RDA funds, we get to about over 80 million. And then the developer fees, we already have those revenues. That's not a projection, there's actually cash. So you can see that there's enough money there to do some things. Do we have enough money to do everything? No. So we're going to need to prioritize and strategically spend our money. So one of the categories I would look at would be the state matching funds. Yes, we may have to wait 5 years to see some money. But if we strategically pick some expenditures of schools that have eligibility and then apply for the grants, eventually we will get funded. And the reimbursements that we're seeing right now is 60%. So if we spend $10 million on a project, we're going to get a reimbursement of $6 million. And then we can take those proceeds and use them again on another project. It's a gift that keeps giving. So what our recommendation is to bring you back a list of priorities. Match the list of priorities with funding. The projects can start as early as next summer. We need the planning time to start now, so that way we can be ready for next summer. And ask the board, when we do bring the plan back, if that's the direction we receive tonight, that we can align the program, the project list with the funding. And just to reiterate, there is no impact to the general fund. These are not monies that we're going to take from the classroom. There's no taxes that are going to be charged to the community. These are all internal revenues or grants that we're going to proceed. So the community will not be impacted, not have to pay any tax. In fact, what I believe will happen, and has happened in other districts, that when you do these improvements, you're going to attract and retain more kids, and you're going to have, and with that level of interest, that you also see a corresponding increase in property values. So over time, you're going to see the benefit, and with the work that we're doing, we have one of the largest workloads and facilities in the county. So we have a lot of projects that we're working on right now with ESSER, projects like gym renovations, not one, but 3 gym renovations, another that we're adding air conditioning, shade shelters. We're going to be up to 33 shade shelters by the time that we're done. Air conditioning for 4 sites that we're going to be working on this summer. 2 we're waiting for DSA approval. So we'll have a total of 6 sites that would have received all new air conditioning with the use of the ESSER funds. So if we count, if you were to ask me, how much have we spent outside of Measure S, either with our internal resources or ESSER funds, we're going to be hitting over $140 million in the last 7 or 8 years. So that's a very robust program. And we're having different conversations today than we had 6 years ago when I joined the district, because people are proud of the work that we're doing, and our facilities are showing that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rivera. I think additional research out there that we could include with your presentation is how self-esteem and mental health improve when students attend facilities that they're proud of. And I know that I've had this conversation with a couple people here, but I was excited to have my kids go to the same elementary school that I did, but it also looks exactly the same the way it did when I went there. So we need to do a little bit more, I think, in investing in our students, mainly because we already have like all the soft things. So we have the best teachers, we have curriculum in our classrooms, and so now we kind of have to fix our house of additionally to the carpets and the paint on the wall and all of these different things. And we're starting to notice where the holes are, literally, when we have rainy days, and just so many more things that come up. I would rather be proactive when we're looking and thinking and talking about our facilities as opposed to fixing things after the fact. Our students definitely deserve a lot better.
So on the agenda tonight, since you were talking about rain and roofs, is that we have over $3 million worth of bids that we're asking for your authorization, so that way we can replace roofs at our highest need schools. This is only a down payment, because our roof, if you look at the report, we have over $40 million worth of roofing needs. So this was just the immediate that we can take care of right now. And we can do more once we have a certificate of participation and do a bunch of roofs all at once, not just 5 or 6.
Thank you. I will open it up for discussion and questions, and I think you're looking for some direction.
Yes.
Correct? Go ahead, Trustee Pelley.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, for a thorough report. As always, a lot of information I'm trying to get into my head. We've talked a little bit about this, so I wanted to just bring up the facilities master plan. We've talked about that quite a bit. For those of you that may not remember, I think we started in the fall of 2019. I was on that committee, and there were a lot of meetings. It was a very thorough process. Took a few years. COVID kind of got in the middle of that, but I think the board approved it July of 2021. We had a large committee, maybe 50 people, I want to say, community, all different people from different community partners. You know, we've had business people, and we had community members, we had parents, we had administrators, principals, and walked the sites, got input from everybody. It was a very involved process. Since that time, it's kind of been put, to the side. Since we're talking about facilities improvement, and I know you mentioned getting an updated facilities project list, will we be able to, along with that, update the plan? And if so, I want to make sure, because we have some new community members, we have new people since we started that process. Can't go through the whole thing again, but how will we be able to get more input from some of our newer community members since that time?
So you make a good point. At the December meeting, I did a presentation where we talked about updating the master plan. Because unless you have a bond, you don't have the funds to be building new buildings. What you have is to modernize, to replace portables. So that's where I would start, is to look at the master plan as to how do we keep status quo in terms of our operations, and what needs are we going to have to address, and what are those costs of those needs. And I think doing a quick update, going by site, talking to our principals, getting feedback, and have a consensus that, unless there's a funding source for a new building, we're not going to be able to do that. But what can we do and then work within those constraints. So I think that could be, the first step of a process. And also looking at our enrollment projections to see where we were at 5 years ago versus today, because that's going to dictate different needs. Because you're not going to need some of the facilities that were projected back then, because we don't have those number of students. So there's been slight declines. So I think it's going through an education process, sharing the data and reviewing the priorities, and then looking at our eligibilities to see how smartly we can look at the funding and have that guide our work, because then that's going to generate more money for us down the line.
Okay, thank you. And then just quickly, when you said we'll be getting an updated facilities project list that's been prioritized, how do you prioritize the highest needs? What does that look like?
So let's say when it comes to roofs, we have our maintenance staff that has walked the facilities. We've had a roofing manufacturer walk our facilities, and they gave us a priority list of what roofs they would do in which sequence. So we have that information that we collected 2 years ago. Same thing with the lighting projections and the air conditioning. We would go through the same process, like what air conditioners do we have the most work orders? And there gets to be a point that we're spending good money after bad and trying to maintain something that's 25 years old. So, and also working with the Anaheim Public Utility, which they did that work for us, we would look to leverage that like through an energy management plan to see if we replace old aged equipment with new equipment, our utility bills is going to decline. So, an energy management plan is that we spend money on an air conditioner, we generate savings on the utilities, and that helps us pay for the debt for the equipment. And the district did that back, I believe, 20 years ago. Mr. Ortega, I think it was Amoresco that we used at that time. So we've done that strategy before. What's interesting is that some of our schools that we've improved, it's now 15 years later. So it's not that we can't forget about them, because they're just 5 years away from needing additional help. So that's why we need to have a 5-year plan that we routinely fund and that we stay ahead of the curve. And by adopting this, we're going to bring things up current, and then we'll be able to budget a reasonable number on an annual basis. Because right now, we don't have $20 million or $21 million to take out of the budget to fund these projects, because some of our projects are going to have to wait for 5 years. And if you talk to our principals, they don't have 5 years to fix a roof, to fix a leaky roof. So we have quite a bit of data with our work order system and the professionals that we've contracted with, that we can give you a list with a high level of confidence of what needs to be done.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. I actually had a similar question. I wanted to know how you were going to mesh the list of priorities with the facility master plan, and will it be updated? So I know you answered part of it with Trustee Pelly, but I wanted to find out, is there a plan for us to see it? Is there a plan, maybe we can have a study session to talk about the facilities master plan, especially for our newest board members, and maybe get a refresh and a review? Is that possible?
Sure, we can update you on the master plan on what exists. We can update you on the work that we've done for deferred maintenance.
Perfect.
And share with you the information that we have from our roofing manufacturer, the estimates on the air conditioners. So we have quite a bit of data that we can share with you. We're probably going to have to break it up into a couple presentations, because not unless you're interested in going until about 2 in the morning. So we can break it up
We've done it before.
Well, it helps build stamina. I know it helps build stamina. But
I'm kidding.
We have a lot of information to share with you, and then break it down in bite-sized pieces.
Great, that would be good. You mentioned in your presentation about capitalizing on real estate prices when selling surplus properties. Can you clarify what you're referring to in terms of real estate prices? Is it residential, commercial? Because I know there's a big difference in those areas.
Are you referring to the developer fees and what's being charged?
Well, no, when you were talking about selling surplus properties and you said you wanted to capitalize on the real estate market. So I wanted to know.
What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lack of facilities that developers have to build on right now.
When you say developers, are you talking about
Residential developer.
Okay.
So that's why one of the reasons that real estate prices are so high, because of lack of inventory.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have more housing, the prices will drop because there's higher inventory. So right now we have 2 properties that have 30 acres that haven't had a school on those campuses for decades. So if we go through a recession and the real estate prices drop, then our investments drop. So what I'm proposing is to take advantage of the current real estate prices and utilize those properties. So if you choose to sell the property, you're going to cash out. If you decide to lease them out, then we can borrow against those lease revenues and take the money and do capital expenditures. So that way we don't have to wait 5 or 10 years for these funds to accumulate. So you have the ability to use the revenues as collateral to do construction, to do modernization. Because what will happen over time, when you look at what we have, what we're eligible for RDA funds, in year 2036, that number is 11.4 million. What will happen to those funds, it's not worth 11.4 million in terms of purchasing power, is that you have escalating cost. And that escalating cost will diminish that value. So by the time that we get to that year, it may only be worth half as much.
Right.
So by us avoiding the escalation cost and doing projects in the next 3 years rather than the next 5 years, you're going to save yourself more money and you're going to be able to do more projects.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Okay, any additional comments?
The only thing I would like to add is because the district has a strong financial position and because our credit ratings have been upgraded, is that the cost of borrowing money is less for us because of where we stand. So the longer you wait, the cost of borrowing may go up. So it's best to, take a look at your strategy, pick a point of where you want to enter the market, because then that way we can strategize and make sure that we can obtain the highest rates, the highest credit rating possible. And if you looked at what's happened with our bond sales, a good bond sale is when you have 4 to 5 financial institutions bid for your projects. We have 8 to 10 because we have the credit rating. They have very selective criteria that they only want to deal with highly credit rating and credit worthiness organizations. So we fall into that category. So we're able to capitalize on that and actually pay less interest than the neighboring district that doesn't have the same credit rating we do.
I do have one more question. So when we get these monies, if we decide to go that direction, how do we ensure that that money is going to be spent on our list of priorities as opposed to, say, somebody's pet project?
Well, the board has an ability to pass a resolution that will stipulate what the projects are and how the funds are going to be used. And then that would dictate to me that I have to reserve the funds for these projects. So unless the board passes another resolution saying we're going to do something different, that's what we're tied by.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustee Erickson?
First, I just want to start off by saying OUSD has invested historic numbers in the last, I don't know, whatever, 8 years since, with bond measures, with our ESSER funds, with deferred maintenance. So have spent about $400 million by the time we get done with the bond.
Yeah, probably a little bit over that, but yes.
So, I mean, just so that we have been doing a lot of work. It's just that we have extremely old facilities and we have a lot of them. And so it's like you have to still keep catching up. And so I just also want to make sure people understand, obviously you're explaining it, but the RDA funds are borrowing and we are going to be paying interest. But the argument is that the money is worth more in our pocket today and we can do more with it today, even if we have to pay interest on it, than waiting 10 years to get it in our pocket, right?
Yes, the interest rate is less than the escalation.
Right. So the 60 to 65 million, this is based on, I mean, we will be borrowing it, essentially borrowing against our future income, paying interest on it, but it's still a better use of that money. But we don't have that money in hand, just to be clear. And then proceeds from the sale of property. Obviously, we have 2 properties, but that can take time as well. And we don't have that money in hand. The only money we have on hand right now is the uncommitted state matching funds, which we have at $17.5 million, but that may or may not be accurate because that's based on the Villa Park pool coming in at the price that I think you have 17.4 million in there, and we already know it's going to be more than that. So, and then the theater is 4 million that we've committed, and we don't know if that's going to come in. So assume that number is more like 15 million, but that's a number we could actually start using now, correct?
Yeah, we can use conservative estimates, so we can say 15 million for now. After we're done with the projects, we can say, there's maybe $1 million or 2 more. So I agree with that logic to use a conservative number that we can start planning for. And that's the whole purpose of this discussion, is what is the monies that we can commit?
Right.
Because then we can start planning to those funds.
And then also just to be really clear, and as a reminder that when we're talking about obtaining matching funds, you talked about school eligibility and how important that is, because there are campuses that are not eligible for matching funds because we've already exceeded the amount of matching funds we're eligible for.
Correct.
For instance, Villa Park. So when we do that pool, we will not get matching funds from it because it's not eligible for matching funds, correct?
Correct. We're going to exceed our eligibility with the current projects that are there.
So what we want to do then, if let's say we use $15 million, we want to invest that money into campuses that have eligibility for matching funds so that $15 million will end up getting us back and yielding back $9 million that we can then utilize somewhere else.
As a simple example, yes. You're
Okay.
right.
Just to, hopefully that makes it a little bit clearer. And the developer fees, we just committed that $5 million.
Correct.
So that's kind of gone from our little list here. And then in looking at the projects that you have kind of laid out here, there's about $110 million worth of projects if we went through every single school and we did all the HVACs, well, also just to back up, with the ESSER funds, we did some of the HVACs. We're doing the gym renovations. We're doing a lot of, I think it's about $38 million? Is that 28 million?
In total, the projects are worth about 30.
Okay.
ESSER funds themselves are about, I believe it's 11.
Okay. So if we just did all HVACs, all roofing, all lighting, finished playgrounds, and then did painting, asphalt, flooring, none of the sexy stuff, that would be $110 million.
And once you add some rain gutters and sound systems and project contingencies, yes, you get to 110 million.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, I didn't see the rain gutters. Okay. So district-wide rain gutters. So what you want us to do then is you want to come up with a list of things, hopefully that align with the facilities master plan, but are really going to be more of these sorts of things. These are the roofs and the HVACs and the things that actually make sure we don't have leaks in classrooms and that our kids aren't freezing or hot or whatever in the classroom. So it's really to improve the learning environment. But obviously, even with that, we wouldn't come close to being able to finish all of it. So you want to create a list that is all the priorities that you see for us, and then we approve those projects.
Correct.
Okay, and then we would then tell you, okay, go ahead and do those COPs or borrow that money so we can obtain the RDA funds. And how long does it take to get that?
So you're looking at about a 4 to 5 month process. So for us to, let's say if you were to say, Dave, we want to replace 20 roofs for next summer. And we estimate that value of, let's say it's $50 million. So I would work with our finance team in looking at how the maturities are laid out, best time to enter the market. Our team would start working on the plans. So we would need about 4 to 5 months to be able to do the issuance. The issuance itself is probably a 90-day process. So if, let's say, we started July 1, by the holidays, we'll be ready to do an issuance. We'll have the funds in the fall or in the spring. So before we start the projects, we'll have the funding up front.
Okay. Okay.
That's why it's critical that we have this conversation, because if you wanted to take 6 months to make a decision, we would lose our opportunity to do projects next summer that are robust, because we need to go to DSA, we need to develop the plans, we need to coordinate the work, we need to work with our school sites to make sure that we need to take the summer period, because there's some things, like you can't change a roof while kids are in class. So we have to pick our times when we can do this, and then plan for that. So that's why we need a long runway and have an understanding of what the board is interested. And in a very short time, we can bring you back a project list.
Okay. Yeah, I know for me, I'd like to see, obviously, some of the I think the HVAC systems are really important. The roofing is important because it protects what's inside, including our students and our teachers, but also any of the improvements that we've made to that. But I would also then like to align and have maybe 1 or 2 projects from the facilities master plan that we can do something that's sort of looking to the future, and while we're also preserving what we have now, so that we can kind of balance those 2 interests and do both. And then again, be super wise in where we invest our money and invest it into projects that are going to yield a return in matching funds, even if we don't see those for 5 years or 2 years. So that's what I would like to see from a list. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Yeah. I'd like to add to that list and say that I would like to see some more permanent walls in some of our schools, because the way they constructed it decades ago, they didn't have walls, and now they have temporary walls, but they're so thin that some of them don't have doors, so that it's sort of a safety issue too, where they can't secure the classrooms if there was an incident. And just being on the school sites, I noticed that it's a distraction when you're in one classroom and you can see the other classrooms, and the other classrooms, like they're kind of in a hub. And so I think that we addressed it in the facilities master plan at one point, but for me, that's one of the priorities as well, because it does impact learning. Kids can't concentrate if they're looking at their neighbors in the other classroom, and they can hear them. I remember my kid used to complain about how she was in her chair, but she could hear everything going on in the next room because the walls are so thin. So.
Yeah, so some of the projects that are going to have to require DSA approval, it's going to take us a longer runway because they may require some ADA access issues.
Okay.
So it's not just the work in that classroom, but it's actually from the curb site to that classroom is what DSA is looking at. So we may need some more time and more funds to do those type of projects.
Are there ever any exemptions due to safety rules?
I'm not aware of any exceptions that DSA. Usually DSA adds rules. They don't reduce rules.
Yeah.
They don't make things easy for us.
Wonderful group.
Thank you. Mr. Ortega?
Yes, thank you. In reference to, we spoke about that, and it was Chevron who we started with
Chevron.
about 21 years ago, or about 19 years ago. And I believe all the projects totaled were in about 35 million. HVAC, new lighting, all that good stuff. Is that something we can view again?
Certainly. That's part of
because when you look at it, just HVAC and lighting, that's 33 million. So if we looked at that collectively, that can shave off that.
Yeah, you make a good point. What I'm sharing with you is 2022 dollars.
Right.
Some of these projects we're doing, so what you're going to approve tonight is $3 million of roofs. So take $3 million off the list.
Right.
We need to increase these numbers for the escalation costs that we're seeing.
Due to wonderful inflation.
Yes, for inflation. So we need to do that first, so that way we're all looking at what these dollars look like in today. So it may be slightly more than 110 million, it may be slightly less, given the projects that we worked on. So I think that's a starting point. And then prioritizing these projects with the data to support it. But looking at the energy management system, the solar projects, all of those things that make sense, because once you replace old equipment, you're going to stop paying high utilities. And then you can use that money to pay off for the equipment. So the general fund may not see a savings, but then you're reducing debt or reducing the debt structure. And usually it takes about 7 years to pay something off, but the equipment may be with you for 20 years. So the next 13 years, you're actually going to realize savings. So, yes, I'm very familiar with those models. And we have worksheets to share with you, slightly bigger sheets of paper than what you see here, but yes, we can do that for you.
I just wanted to raise that point because it was very successful.
Yes.
And it was dearly needed at the time.
And I think there's many opportunities here where we can do that again.
Yeah, because the shelf life is coming probably in a few years.
Correct.
$10.20, so we might want to, if we have to agree to go
Yeah,
over.
how many more public comments do we have?
We have we have 8.
Okay, should we say 11:30 just to be safe? Sounds good. Okay. Mr. Rivera is still looking. I think there's consensus that we want a SMART plan. And there's some priorities that have been identified from the board, but I think working with your facilities team to identify what's needed right now and then create different tiers of priorities would be really helpful.
We'll be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for your help.
I think you're staying up, right? There's the district advisory committee.
It's a slow night. So
We have a public comment card on 9D. We're on 9D. Yes. Alex Broussard. I see it right here. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam President, trustees of the board, my name is Alex Broussard. I am a parent in the school district. I own a home in the school district. I'd like to think of myself as a stakeholder in the district. You guys all know from your packets that I'm one of the applicants for the committee being discussed. And I'm not going to sell myself tonight because we're just here for an information item thing. You guys aren't deciding anything. But I did read over the resolution, the draft resolution, as well as the materials in the packet, and I wanted to give my input on something to consider. Is that I think last week we saw a number of very qualified individuals come out to put themselves forward as trustees, and thank you again, trustees and Pelley and Glass, for coming out and putting yourselves out here to be appointed trustees for a very important job. But we saw a deep bench. We saw a lot of really qualified talent in Orange Unified School District, and I want to say for this committee in particular, let's continue on with that energy. Let's try and keep this committee for Orange Unified School District and look at stakeholders from within Orange Unified School District that don't have conflicts of interest, that don't have, say, employment with private schools that might want Orange Unified School District land or leases or to get to our property, and have a conflict of interest that would influence their service on this specific committee. I think we've seen enough of that with former trustees Minor and Ledesma, and the agreement with OCCA that gave away Orange Unified School District land interests at cut rate properties. We still don't know if they're characterizing that as a lease or a license. I think that there's an ongoing lawsuit about that may settle those issues. You know, I would encourage this board to settle that themselves and rescind that agreement and subject that land use to this same committee. So thank you for giving me the time to speak, and thank you for considering my application. Thank you.
Madam President, so this presentation, I'm going to be the lead. Ms. Vasquez assisted me with the collecting of the data, receiving of the applications, and the preparation of the presentation that you see tonight. So let me remind everyone where we started and the steps that we took. So in December, we received approval from the board to move forward in establishing the 7-Eleven committee. That means it's no less than 7 members, no more than 11 members. So we refer to this committee as the District Property Advisory Committee, or DPAC group. And here is the 5 elements that we have included as part of our DPAC group. So we received applications. It was pursuant to board review and approval of the board once we established the committee, which was our discussion tonight. The board directs the committee to consider the properties to be discussed. And under number 4, there's that the board also directs the committee to have public hearings and community input. So the actual committee is doing their own board meetings and subject to the Brown Act. So the DPAC committee has 3 opportunities, 3 recommendations that they can make, and you can see them listed here. There's 7 categories that a committee member could qualify under the DPAC group. Again, it's no less than 7, no more than 11. The one area that no one actually applied for was the first category, the ethnicity, age, socioeconomic composition of the district. And I work with council to get a clear definition of that. And you have some information in front of you, 2 spreadsheets. One that has to do with our district-wide ethnicity. So it's broken down by school and district-wide. And the other is our CalPAS report, which shows our unduplicated pupil count by school, and you can see that as a percentage. So since the state has already established a protocol of how to identify a student of need, then we can use that category and look at the data that we have, and then do an outreach to those parents. So we can do that district-wide. We can do that by school-specific, any schools that we're looking at and having a discussion about. So you have the information in front of you that we have the flexibility of selecting, of who we select in this category, or you can have multiple people in this category. So there's no requirement that you have to have equal representation in each group. You could have one person in each group and then have 5 or 6 people in another category. So it's the board's discretion. So we started the process with 43 received applications. I've done committees where I'm trying to find 7 to meet the minimum requirements. We sent out a survey to ask the committee members information regarding about their availability, talk about conflict of interest, which deals with what the education code refers to as serving for the Brown Act. So that we received 31 responses. So there's 25 candidates that we're evaluating at this point. So you can see that we're at this point, we at least need to pick 7, and we can pick as many as 10, because the one category that no one identified or checked off. So as we look at them in sequence, no one self-reported in this category, so there's nothing here for us to select from. For business community, we had 10 applicants that fell into that category. I'll just go through them quickly and then I'll come back and we can have a discussion. The landowner, we have 21 people apply. There's a lot of people to pick from, more than what we have slots for. For the teachers category, we have 4. Administrators, we have 2. Parents, we have 17. Some of these you're going to see familiar names because you had applicants that qualified for 3, as many as 4 different categories. And then the last, we had 8. So I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board or have some board dialogue of, how do we slim this down? What would be criteria that you would be looking for? Things that you would find of interest. Sometimes when you have committees, you have the same people attending are in multiple committees because there's not a lot of volunteers. So we'll be happy to answer your questions or take your feedback, or if there's recommendations that you have that you would like to make. So then that way we can bring you back a recommendation at the next meeting after having the feedback from the board. Is there any questions I can answer?
Trustee Erickson?
I think we said this last week, it's an embarrassment of riches to have that many people that would apply to be volunteers, and so that's awesome. It's nice to see so much enthusiasm to do this. I guess the question I had is, I have never established a 7-Eleven committee. I think the only one on this board that's ever done that was probably Mr. Ortega, because it's been so long since we've done one. So I don't really know exactly how to do it either. But when I read the requirements, it just says the DPAC is composed of a minimum of 7, a maximum of 11 who are representative of, and then it lists the 7 things. But when you look at like the bond oversight committee, it says you have to have 1 member from this group, 1 member from this group, 1 member from this group. And I don't really see that here. And when I look at, for instance, number 1, where it says members who are representative of the ethnicities, ages, and socioeconomic composition of the district. To me, that doesn't describe a person. That describes how you should view all of the rest of the criteria. In other words, we should have a diverse panel or do that is representative of the ethnicities, ages, and socioeconomic composition, and then take into account, do they have a business in the community? And I would think it would be business within our community as opposed to business outside the community. landowners, renters with preference. So I guess my question was how, the way that it's broken down is like, almost like we have to have one from every section, and it doesn't seem like that's what the statute says. So I was just a little bit confused about that.
I have Mr. Yeoman here who assisted us through this process that I think can answer your question.
Okay.
Thank you. I've done dozens of these, and it is not unusual where there's a certain category of the 7 categories where there may not be anyone. So it's representative of those, and you may have one individual, just like Mr. Rivera said, that may be in 3 or 4 different categories. And so frequently, like we had one district where they were looking for a senior, an age group, and there wasn't any, and they reached out. And so they just left it on their website indicating that if there was anyone interested that fell within that category that was interested in serving, please reach out. So they just left it as an opportunity if one wanted to serve. But yes, you're right. There's no requirement that you have to have one individual for each of the categories.
So I guess when we're looking then and we look at the group, we would want to make sure it was balanced by ethnicity that's representative of the district, ages, so that, because I mean, I couldn't see somebody applying and saying, hey, I'm of the ethnicity, age, and socioeconomic composition of the district, because that could be everybody. That's everybody. Everybody's a part of it. So we just need to make sure that when we approve a committee, it's just a balanced group that represents the district. In other words, you wouldn't want to have all one ethnic group or all one age or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And when you're looking how to kind of narrow some of this, initially we're looking at portions of 2 sites, Taft and Levita. So, I mean, it could be looking, kind of giving priority to people that fit within these categories that live within those school areas. I mean, it's not required, but frequently that's what happens.
The other question I had is, so we pick a committee, but do we have to have the same committee for both Taft and Levita? Or what if we want to add a third, something in Anaheim Hills, let's say? We might want to switch those people out because maybe we want people from that particular area. Are we free to do that?
Yes.
Okay, so we can kind of substitute in based on we'd like people in the Levita area to be on the committee, but then we may choose some different people for a different surplus property or potential surplus.
You can, but when there's similar properties, both elementary schools, it's usually, since we're looking at like 5 to 7 acres of either underutilized or unused portions of those 2 school sites, where you would have the single committee looking at those. But if you're throwing in other school sites that have different variables or different constituencies, then yes, you certainly could have an additional committee.
Okay. Are they guided by certain criteria when they're doing this analysis, or what are sort of the things that the committee is tasked with looking at? How are they guided, other than us telling them what properties to look at? What is it that guides them in looking at those properties?
Well, there's a number of mandatory things that they're required to do under the statute, which I think is part of your presentation. You might want to just cover that.
Yeah, I don't want Doug to steal my thunder. So part of the requirements is looking at demographic data and looking at trends. So there's a checklist that the state provides that we have to go through in every process and provide the committee all that information. And it's primarily started with student data, enrollment data. So we can provide you a list of what that checklist is. So the first meeting generally is the administration, talks about the Brown Act and what your role is as a board member and the process, and then come up with a projected timelines of what we're going to achieve at each meeting. So what we can do for the board is give you that checklist of what's required by law for us to disclose. And some of that.
And Dave, just for clarification also, we're not talking about forming this committee, giving them a checklist and sending them into a room on their own.
No.
We're going to be providing support and resources and staff to assist them.
Correct. So we serve as advisors to the committee and guiding them through the process. So Mr. Yeoman's going to be there. I would be there as the CBO and go through a process. They wouldn't be acting independent. So we would guide them through the agenda development, we would guide them through the requirements of the law, answer their question, and then seek for understanding, and also if there was some additional data that they wanted, we would work on providing them that data.
So that leads to my one question is, obviously, you're not going to be here. So I worry a little bit about the timelines. And especially since we have 2 new board members, I'm not sure that, there's no, obviously, we can do this anytime we want. And I'm thinking that maybe we should make sure that we have our new CBO in place that can be advising. Otherwise, we're going to have somebody that's brand new and probably they're obviously not going to know as much as you do about the district. Do you think that does that pose any problem? Do you see that as posing any problem?
So we're making some arrangements for that. And we're hoping to bring back an agreement at the next board meeting of someone who is knowledgeable about the district that can support.
Okay.
In my absence.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Glass?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick question about the self-identified individual. Is that necessary? Is that required for them to self-identify? Or can we have knowledge that a person meets a particular category that has not been filled?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So let's say we're looking at a site. We already have the information of the students that would qualify in this category, so we would do an outreach to the parents. We would work with the principal, get a recommendation from the principal. So if it's a criteria of the board that we want someone new that is not in every committee at the school, so we would work with that and then bring that back for the board for your consideration.
Sorry, my question's somewhat related to that, and I was looking at the demographics specifically at the 2 sites that have been proposed, and I could speak to Taft because it's close to my neighborhood and know some of the families that attend that school, and there's a lot of apartment buildings up and down Tustin in addition to a little cul-de-sac that's behind the Taft property where their input would be truly valuable. My biggest concern is that I don't think they knew how to access the application or knew the importance of why they would even want to apply for this committee, which is a major concern. The other thing as well as that is that everything was in English. So not only could they just not apply or find the application on the website, most likely don't have a device. They would use their student's device if they knew where to access the application, but I mean, I think that's a bigger conversation that we need to be having as a district of like, how are we really truly doing outreach to include the families that are truly represented at some of our school sites. And I think that if we were to move in the direction to open up that category again, that we would do a different method in order to reach out to those families.
No, I completely agree.
Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. I was going to say something similar along those lines, but I'll back it up a little bit. I'd like to have a better understanding of the application process and in particular the categories, the outreach. Was there a clear description of the categories available to the applicants? Obviously, they identified in these categories, but was there a description to say, is it a business within the district? Is it a business period? Do they have to own the business? Or what was the business category, the description? Was it listed there? Because
the statute is basically what you have before you. It doesn't specify, but I think the application process was specifically asking for applicants within the school district.
Okay.
And the 2 school sites of interest were specifically identified. So I guess the hope is that applicants that lived within the vicinity of those two school sites that would probably be the most vested in maybe what decision is made would apply.
Well, just take example, category 2, the business community. And all the applicants here listed, some may have businesses in the community, some may have it outside of our community. Was that clear on the application? That was one of my concerns. The other concern was that, was it clear to the applicants that they could have applied for more than one category? And do they self-select the categories? I think you sort of answered that, but I also want to know, how is it verified? Like, how do we know that, somebody who applied under the business category actually owns a business?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some follow-up. I wasn't involved in the follow-up once they had the applications, but I know they did try to put together all the information on the different candidates, and if it wasn't clear, they would ask for additional information.
Okay.
But it's frequent that someone's going to identify for number 1, 3, 4, 5, multiple categories, and so it's up to try to select the best 7 to 11 members that are representative of most of those categories.
Okay.
But yeah, there's nothing that's any clear that gives any further definition of what those categories mean, other than what the district may provide, which, as I indicate, I think was the clear intention of having these individuals connected with Orange Unified within the district boundaries.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at category 3, landowners or renters. What else could there be? Someone on. Yeah. But my point is that it's just kind of vague.
Yeah, Ms. Yamasaki.
I would think everybody would qualify under category 3, or mostly everyone.
You have some households that have multiple families, so they're not a landowner and they're not a renter. I call those my kids because that's. So let me.
Okay.
So let me have Mrs. Vasquez explain to you, because she collected all the data and we collaborated, the three of us collaborated. Let me explain to her the process, so if you applied, how did you apply, and how did that look, and then the work that we did behind the scenes. Ms. Vasquez?
So one of the steps that we did to vet the applicants is that we plotted their addresses to ensure that they live within the district boundary. So there were instances where a couple did not, their address could not be located, and we confirmed that they did not live within the district boundary. And additionally, we also, in one of the follow-up questions, we asked if they had a conflict of interest. And in explaining that, some of the applicants were a bit confused and indicated yes, only because the question was not very clear. So we did follow up with them individually just to confirm if they understood. Some clarified that they indicated that they understood what conflict of interest meant, but they did not have a conflict. So we ensured that they were part of the qualified applicants that were identified in the 25 total groups. So that was one process that we used.
Well, some of the applicants were not deemed qualified, and you touched upon it, but I wanted to make sure. I know it's in one of the categories they did not answer the survey, so that disqualified them from continuing in the process.
Correct. And what we did with the 25 that you saw as the number of applicants that were moving forward, we asked if they had a conflict with the proposed meeting dates, and some of them did indicate that they could not attend a couple of the meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, some of them chose to share with us that they no longer were interested in serving in that committee, so those applicants were removed from the list.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everyone was contacted at some point where you made a connection, because what if an email came through and it went to their junk mail and you didn't hear back from them, and I know that happens to me sometimes.
Sure, we did have multiple people reaching out, and we collaborated to make sure that all our emails, we did our search, even in our junk mails, that we captured all the applicants that were interested. Some of them came with a hard copy application that was submitted. So, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
Go ahead, Trustee Ortega.
You know, for us to go through all of these, we'd be here till tomorrow afternoon. You know, since you've done your due diligence, and I say collectively, sounds like you've doing a lot of the heavy lifting. But all joking aside, you've vetted them, you've identified them. We've seen a tentative list that was compiled by staff that's appropriate. You know, I would move in that direction. Again, because you have vetted all these, and to try to even sit here and talk about who and what and who's a back, we don't have any of that, and it would just take us too long to even decide that.
And with the number of candidates that applied,
It's
in
too
some
much.
categories, it's just like, we are very fortunate to have so many parents that want to participate.
No, absolutely, but I mean, I would refer to that because you've already done the vetting process. We haven't. And she just spoke about how, you know, that vetting even went above and beyond to verify the accuracy of it all. So, I mean, that's my 2 cents as in how to move forward so that we can get this going appropriately.
I believe one of the reasons why we wanted to present it as an information item and, you know, potentially bring back some recommendations to the board was some of these points that have been made during this conversation. Some of them, like I think Mr. Yeoman indicated that there's nothing in the statute that, you know, says that the business has to be within the boundaries, that the person needs to live within the boundaries. But as you mentioned, Trustee Yamasaki, that may be of interest to the board. And so if you gave us that interest or direction as a board, then we could go back through the applications and take a look at that. One of the other things that was mentioned was about the 2 schools that were identified. But I think Trustee Erickson was asking questions about could we set up multiple committees, and that may change a direction from the board in terms of, do we want a sampling of all the areas, the trustee areas in the district, or would you like us to concentrate the area in the 2 that were identified? Potentially through this process, we could add on other properties and other things for the committee to study. So would you want a broad spectrum of people from across the district, or do you want us to start within that area? These are where you don't have to tell us exactly who you would like or who to nominate, but you could provide us that guidance that might help us kind of whittle down the list to provide you back some recommendations.
Well, I would like to see someone who is in the business community to have an actual business in the community within our boundaries.
I think if we can get some consensus on the board that that's what the interest of the board is, then we can certainly look at those applications and try to vet that information and come up with businesses that are within the boundaries.
Right. And then in the parent category, parents, to at least include some parents who live in that area. It doesn't have to be all of them, but to make sure that we have parents or someone representing TAF and Levita.
Yeah, I mean, I would even probably grow it to, like for Levita, maybe a parent that lives within the El Medina attendance area, and with Taft, the Villa Park or Villa Park attendance area, so that you have a little bit of a broader piece of the pie, but it's at least within that local area. it makes more sense to me because I think they're going to have more familiarity with the property and more interest in what happens to the property. So I think if we can try to tailor it a little bit so that we have that. I understand the idea of wanting to have an entire district-wide group, but our district is so huge and it's so varied that I don't necessarily think that's as practical for Orange Unified as it might be for something else. Just my personal opinion. So I kind of feel like if we kind of left La Vida to, this slice of the pie, and then Taft maybe to a slightly different one, so that we really truly have interested parties. And I agree with Ms. Trustee Yamasaki that, I'd like to have, if you're going to be a business person, I don't even think you need to own a business, but you're a business person. I'd prefer that business be within Orange Unified so that it's something that's impacted. Just because you are, a business person in wherever, Newport Beach or whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that doesn't really tie to Orange Unified. I would assume that criteria or that category of business person is so that it's somewhat relevant to their interests in business in Orange Unified. So that's where I think I'd like to do is just to tailor it down just a little bit. And again, I agree. I don't think we have to tell you exactly who to choose, but I think it would be, we didn't give you any guidance before, and you did a good job in vetting, but I think that it makes more sense for us to have a little bit more focus.
I think Trustee Pelley had something to say.
So a lot of my questions were answered. I had some of the same concerns Trustee Erickson did just about the balance of the committee. I think it is important to get representatives, of all of our different communities, but it is also equally important to have the communities who are possibly going to be impacted. President Page answered one of my questions because I wondered, looking at the applicants, if there were any Spanish-speaking applicants, and the fact that we didn't have it in Spanish, that's a big concern to me. And I wonder if maybe when we're placing or trying to place another couple members that we can reach out to them, possibly to our Spanish-speaking community, maybe I think there was one trustee area that we didn't have any applicants in. Not that we have to have all areas, but that would be nice, and I think that is probably a highly Spanish-speaking area. But just to make sure that we've reached out to all of our communities, I think that's really important. And then it says that the committee will be able to will be providing hearings for community input. Will those be at school sites? Will they be more local? I'm thinking if it's at the district office, it's going to be the same people that come to everything, and it would be nice if there was a way to have those at school sites or in the areas, and that's another way we can reach out to maybe our Spanish-speaking families who don't know what this is all about and need to be involved.
So some of the 7-Eleven committees that I've chaired, it's exactly that. You go to the school site that's being impacted, because that way you can have the most input from the community. So we haven't defined where the meetings are going to be held. Okay. We've defined the dates.
Okay. That's something I think would be important to get more of those community type meetings so you can reach out to all the different kind of local communities in the district.
And then I wanted to make mention, because it was brought up a couple of times, but I received information that the 7-Eleven committee application was also shared in Spanish. Nobody responded via the Spanish application, so I just wanted to make sure that we knew that that was provided. However, I don't know that just doing that was the level of expectation that I'm hearing tonight.
How was it shared? Do you know?
In whichever way the regular application was, I'm hearing that there was also a Spanish application offered.
I saw it online, but was it sent out through schools or?
I don't have all of that information. I was
Sorry.
just, somebody provided me a clarification that there was a Spanish app. It seemed like from the conversation we were having that didn't happen. But I can't be certain that every material, every piece of information went out was shared in that way.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. I think an additional step to consider would be rephrasing what it is. So just putting a message out saying that we're looking for people to apply to a 7-Eleven committee, like literally means nothing to many of our families. And if anything, it's like, what? Like we're going down to the corner store? Like that's not what it is. And so like, how could it be rephrased at a 5th grade level language so that a student could essentially also translate it to their parent to discuss like, this is important. If we're potentially talking about changing my school, like my mom should be on this committee. And I think that's one of the things that if we're going to open it up to fill that vacancy, that it would be important to me that we also look at the UPP count, which is fairly high at both of the sites that we're looking at, to fit multiple of those categories. So I don't know if my fellow trustees are also inclined to set that direction, that in order to fill that vacancy, that's who we're ultimately looking for. And I think we've heard businesses, I think, is that a consensus that we prefer business owners within Orange Unified? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we need to clarify to give direction?
When you have the public hearings, because you're required to have public hearings, typically if you have multiple sites, you have a public hearing at each of the relevant sites and make sure that the community within that attendance area has an idea of what's going to be going on, so they have the opportunity to come, and that gives them a voice in the decision too, and the recommendation that the committee ultimately gives.
So do we know how that was shared at those individual school sites?
This is once the committee's already formed.
Already
That's
formed?
what I'm talking about. That
Okay.
Because there's a public hearing. Usually, all the meetings are at a central location, meaning they can be moved around. But then when you have the public hearing, you really want the input from the affected areas, then you go to those school sites for those public hearings and make sure that the school sends something out. You have it on the website for the school or the district, so everyone is aware and given the opportunity to appear and voice any concerns or any input that they would like the committee to consider.
Right. Is there anything else?
What we will do for the board is provide you the details of what went out. This information was flowed out by our communications department. So I don't have all the details with me of how that was done. But what we can do for the Friday letter is share that information with you, and you'll see exactly what went out and what languages and how our things were phrased. So you'll have that by tomorrow.
And then I think also it's just important for the board to understand and the public that for those people who already turned in applications and we have names for, in terms of understanding, demographic information, that was not provided, nor was it part of the application. So in terms of the selection or the people that are there, we don't have clear-cut demographic information to go off of in terms of the makeup of the committee of those who have already applied, unless we go back out and ask for that.
Go ahead.
Madam President, can I recommend that we do move forward with 2 separate 7-Eleven committees? And additionally, it'll be looking at the business component and the representative language for the particular area as well.
2 separate ones based on the properties that have been
Correct.
listed. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. And I mean, we have a great pool of candidates, so it's definitely possible.
In terms of, I just have a quick question. In terms of teachers, is it generally going to be a teacher from that campus? I mean, has that been a usual thing? Because it seems like that would be a source of knowledge that would be relevant. And I don't know if we can, does that make sense? A Levita teacher and a TAP teacher or whatever, if we have them in the group?
Yeah, currently we don't have that.
Oh, okay.
But that's something that we can, come up with a process to do so that way people can apply.
Okay.
So what I'm hearing us say is that take a look at the current applicants to see if they met the categories, the criteria that I've heard tonight. So in some cases, we're going to have some people that didn't meet the criteria, or some of these positions that we didn't have the criteria. So we'll bring that back information to you. And then also establish a process eventually where we're going to have 2 committees dealing with 2 school sites. Correct?
Yes, and if the board wanted to give us further direction on that category, I believe that it asks if they are a teacher. So remember, we're talking about people that live within the Orange Unified boundaries. It does not say in the statute that the teacher needs to be teaching in the district. So if the board wanted to give us direction on prioritizing teachers that work in the district, then that would be a good thing to mention now before we bring back our recommendations.
And same with administrators.
I think given the fact that we're talking, at least in these 2 cases, about field space on an existing campus as opposed to something completely different, I think the teacher's knowledge of how these campuses work and what the policies are and how the students use that space on a daily basis is probably more relevant in this situation because we're talking about 2 schools. So I would
Now, if you didn't want to go
that way.
back out and re-recruit, then in terms of what we have of applications right now, another thing that could be built in, as Mr. Yeoman mentioned, is we may want to do a listening session of the teachers at those school sites. And
Okay.
you know, we could do that outside of the committee once it's formed.
That definitely seems doable. All right, thank you so much. If there isn't anything else, we will move on to the consent.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So consent items are acted upon one motion. However, any such item can be considered separately at the board member's request and will be acted upon following the approval of all consent items. So are there any consent items to be pulled?
I have one.
Okay, Trustee Yamasaki.
I'd like to pull 16B and 16C.
Okay, any others?
I'll move the remaining if there aren't any.
Hold on. Okay, hearing none, and there aren't any public comments on consent?
There are not.
Okay. Is there a motion to move the consent items with the exception of 16B and 16C?
I think that's what Chris Erickson moved.
What?
She moved it.
Oh,
I moved
sorry.
it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll second it.
It's kidding.
Oh, it's finals week. It's just, okay, we have a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will move. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. So now we will move on to 16B. Trustee Yamasaki.
Thank you. Well, actually, I'll start with 16C because they kind of overlap with each other. I noticed that there was possibly a typo. California Latino School Board Members Association is listed as CALSA, which is a different group. There's another group called the California Association of Latino Superintendent and Administrator, which I know some of our staff is involved with. So I wanted to make sure that it was separated into 2 different organizations.
I think we have it correct on one, not on
Yes.
the other. And typically with these organizations, these associations, there's one that might be for staff, administrators, and then a one for...
Well, they're completely separate organizations, right?
Yes, and then also for school board members, and then sometimes
Yeah.
with these associations, you have state organizations and then also national.
Yeah.
So I see that there, and so I think as long as we have the intention of the school board of what they'd like to include on there, we can make that change.
Well, I didn't know
after.
if you wanted to add CALSA on there, that's why, because right now,
I believe we do,
okay, so then we should add CALSA
yes,
in addition to the
On
California-
16C?
Yes.
yes. And I think
And-
Mr. Ortega had also brought up that point as well.
Okay, and CALSA is not on the 16B, and I didn't know if there was a membership for CALSA.
There is.
There is
So
on.
then CALSA should be also added to 16B, correct?
It's on B.
It's on B. It's on B, but not C.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it was on the other page.
So you started with 16C, but there's a recommendation that I want to add to 16B if everyone's open to hearing it. Earlier in the consent calendar, we approved sending 2 professionals to a conference, and the parent organization isn't listed, which means they would get a discount if the district were a member, and that's the National Association for the Education of Young Children, which would also offer many resources to our early learning team. So I would like to recommend that we add that association as well. So I don't hear anyone arguing against it, so we will, okay.
Okay.
Trustee Yamasaki, would you like to move both
Well,
forward with those additions?
I just have one more quick question.
Okay.
I just wanted to have a better understanding of the conferences. So typically, if somebody wants to attend a conference, they get approval by their department. So this is not a blanket, like, oh, you can go to anything on here if you want to go?
That is correct. For staff, they get it approved by a supervisor.
Okay, what about a board member? Do they go to you and say, I want to attend? And if they're on the list, then you say yes?
Currently, I believe that the school board members typically get to attend conferences that
Are on this
are
list.
already on this list and that they would like to attend.
So if a school board member wants to attend one of these, I can just say, hey, I want to attend one of these, and,
I can tell you that that's been the practice of the past.
okay. All right, I just want to double check the process, and thank you. That's it.
Okay, do you want to move both? Should we take them together? Okay, Trustee Glass moves. Anyone second?
I'll second.
Jeez. Trustee Rumsey seconds. Any discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Moving on to public comment.
We have 7 public comment cards. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card, which you already have, prior to the meeting. In general, individual speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 30 minutes. A speaker shall not yield to any other person or portion of time allotted to him or her to speak. The total time for agenda items and non-agenda items at regular meetings shall be 30 minutes. The time allowed for those who made request to speak will be as follows. 1 to 10 speakers will be allowed 3 minutes. I won't read the rest because it's not relevant. The number of speakers to any agenda or non-agenda item will be determined just prior to the time that item is considered, and speakers must be present to be counted in the total. District students who have presented requests to speak will be allowed to speak before the other individuals who have also requested to speak. Individual speaking time may not be reduced to less than 1 minute. Those who presented requests to speak but could not be accommodated within the allotted 30 minutes will be allowed 1 minute each to speak prior to the adjournment. And our first speaker is Karen Barone, to be followed by Gail Geffen, to be followed by Stephanie Belasco.
It's been a long time. Good evening, President Page, trustees, cabinet, community, and teachers. My name is Karen Brown. I'm an OUSD teacher, and most importantly, a parent of 2 OUSD students. I'm here to speak about the upcoming hiring of an assistant superintendent of educational services. Since the firing of Dr. Hansen and Kathleen Krella, things have been a little chaotic concerning the educational services department. Those in director positions have picked up the slack, doing more than anyone can do, and because of that, things have been less than stellar. As an employee and parent, I have some suggestions regarding the selection of this person, which I hope will be considered by the board and cabinet. First, if we want to continue growing our district to be the best in the county, we need to hire someone outside of OUSD. We need fresh, innovative, and out-of-the-box thinking. We need to be cautious when promoting from within. It makes an organization stagnant and stale, and I don't want to be stagnant, and I don't think you want to be either. We need someone with a strong curriculum background. This position's main role is driving curriculum and instruction and other educational services and programs which directly impact staff and students. And I hope one criterion you are considering is prior experience. To hire someone lacking in this area will be detrimental. We need someone who will collaborate with teachers and invite us into discussions instead of sometimes being an afterthought. My colleagues and I are not afterthoughts. We're well-educated people with a lot to offer, and I'd like someone who sees that and values us. With 4 educators on this board, I'm sure you can understand and appreciate the importance of collaborating with teachers. We need someone with varying viewpoints from those already in cabinet and other director positions, because this will push everyone to be better. I want to have someone who will push you all to improve. And finally, we need a person who is a transformational leader. Transformational leaders inspire and motivate others to work towards a shared vision. They create change within people and organizations by communicating the mission or vision enthusiastically, helping employees feel like their work is essential. They raise motivation and inspire employees to strive beyond expectations. A transformational leader provides an ethical framework for decisions and models ethical behavior to earn respect and trust. And after this last year, I think we can all agree that respect and trust are fundamental between leadership, staff, and the community. They facilitate collaboration and can regularly challenge assumptions, take risks, and solicit team members' input and ideas. Please take this input seriously, because we are at a crossroads and can make a change for the better. I'll end with a quote by John Quincy Adams. If your actions inspire others to dream more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. We need this type of leader as our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Thank you.
Next up is Gail Geffen, followed by Stephanie Belasco. Gail Geffen, going once, going twice. Okay, Stephanie Belasco. Stephanie Belasco. Jolyn Ling. Next would be Judy.
Hello, board. Thank you for, and staff, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just kind of wanted to say I started out getting involved with my child's schools, getting involved with the school site council, and learning all sorts of stuff. Stepped up to coming to school board meetings, and it was not what I expected. There was a lot of push and pull, chaos, and a lot of stuff not getting accomplished. And so I'm hopeful that we're now on a different footing and we can start moving forward. Tonight was really reassuring. There was a lot of stuff that we got through that had to do with our children, our schools, our finances, which I have to say I'm super happy we have the finances we do now and we're not going through the same troubles that other districts are. So thank you for that before you retire. But also I just wanted to say, like, I'm really hoping we can move forward, but we don't want to forget that there were some things that happened during that chaos that can still, not to overly be dramatic, but haunt the district. For example, the parent notification policy is still in place to the best of my knowledge. And while that is in place, it puts teachers and staff members in a position where they can follow the school district's rules and break California state law. Or they can follow California state law and break the school district's rules. And that's not something that our teachers or staff members should be having to think about. That's not something that a student that's worried their parents are gonna find out and throw them out of the house or physically get angry with them. That's not something that they should be worrying about, that school is no longer a safe and comfortable place for them to learn. So I'm super hopeful and glad that we can move forward and accomplish a lot for our district, but we don't want to forget about some of the things that were done to harm the district within the last year and make sure we go back and address those situations and redress some of those things. Thank you.
Judy, it looks like Yatuda. Judy. Stephanie Avital. Stephen Sprague, or Sprague. And that is it.
Okay, thank you so much. We move on to other business, board staff comments. Does anyone have any comments? I think with bringing in 2 new trustees, we should consider governance training, and if the board agrees, I can discuss that with our superintendent of what that would look like.
That's a yes from me.
Okay, great. And then just want to say, so tomorrow's Mother's Day for Mexican households, and then Sunday is Mother's Day, so I just want to say, like, wish everyone happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
And if there aren't any other comments, we will adjourn at 11:17. Thank you, everyone.
Well, enjoy Mother's Day.